Dogees. I hope I have all of my ducks in a row right now. We got some things to cover. You know, I'm new to a lot of this on the right wing, okay? I'm the new guy. Just try and be as honest as I can, you know? And apparently, what I wasn't aware of, what a lot of others have been very much aware of, are the Eurocucks that really just resent America. This is very new to me. Oh, this is very new. Now, I noticed something with Spoon Man, aristocratic utensil. I noticed it felt very familiar. I was like, what is this? He's acting like not a communist necessarily, like a antisocial atheist. But on the quote unquote right wing, do we know what denomination of Christianity Spoon Man wants his monarchy to have? Oh, this is great. Hey, I'm a Euro. I feel called out. What did I do? Plenty of Euros in my audience. Plenty of them. Heck, my streaming co-host is a Euro. I even have audience overlap with the people that I'll be discussing today, okay? I don't mean to put anyone in a weird place. This is why I have to operate independently. Because I see some things and I got to say something about them. So here's what I did. So we got aristocratic utensil. Let's start with him. Yes, be like America, where your entire political class is bought off because they're feckless, viable whores with no souls. What about the UK? How are okay? Like if you're gonna make a criticism about people, make sure it doesn't immediately apply to you. I mean, this is why it feels like right-wing James Lindsay, right? You better hope that criticism doesn't immediately apply to you. Otherwise, you're a lol cow. And if you're a lol cow, I don't know what you want me to do. And who will obey a foreign state and justify attacking another country because they were going to attack anyway. What are friends for, huh? Yeah, because I guess we're in control of the... We don't agree. A lot of us in the West don't agree with what our governments are doing. And we know that they don't have our best interest in mind. Okay? So I don't know who he's talking to. It's like James Lindsay. Who is your target when you're saying this? This is why I like to pick a person, which I will do. And criticize the opinions of that person, because doing this vacuous, in general, mythical person that exists is goofy, because who are you talking about? English is blood and soil, heritage, tradition, and bloodline. Everyone knows this. Anyone who tells you otherwise is an enemy. Simple as. Who is telling you otherwise? Are they on the left? Are they on the right? Who are you talking to? Now, of course, very similar to James Lindsay, Spoon Man will get pushback and never really address it. All he can do is have little pithy responses. So your country is an abomination. And then this person says, then what is South Africa? Now, Spoon Man loves to pivot from going to I'm South African to I'm European. If they say that you sound like you have an English accent, he goes, haha, I'm South African. Loves that plausible deniability. My kin has a bloodline of the European variety. We are not a dysgenic mutt mix. This person says, as are most white Americans. Like, I'm 100% European when I did my 23andMe. I'm an American, English and Irish, like a lot of us are. Got some Italian in there, but I'm 100% European. So I don't know who he's talking to. I don't know who he's referencing. I don't know what his issue is with the general America that he keeps espousing an issue with. The United States has a lot of fat coping tards who will never have the ancient spirit of Europe. Evola was correct, responding to someone that said, Europe has the Eiffel Tower. Europe has the Colosseum. Europe has Big Ben. See how it's just Europe? Very convenient to default to just Europe in general. I was like, your police have been letting Muslims have non-consensual, to them, fun times with 12-year-old white girls for over 40 years. Spoon. Ha! Yeah. But we have the Eiffel Tower. Well, be sure to let the hundreds of thousands of Muzzy struggle snuggle victims, let them know that. Someone says, Europe is spiritually dead. Americans may direct it in the wrong directions, but we have vitality. We don't hate ourselves. Our best are physically superior to Europe's best on account of generations of meat consumption and superior game. All the great monuments of Europe were built when Euros still had something to live for. Now they just exist in an external state of self-loathing. Eternal state of self-loathing. I love my European brothers. See? Some camaraderie, but like, chill, bro. Which is why I want the outliers with the true European spirit to take power and everyone else to break out of the self-hating mind trap. Until that happens, consider yourselves junior partners in the Western project. And of course, Spoon says, you're a failing empire with nothing to offer the world except rampant consumption. Well, what is the UK offering? It's like James Lindsay trying to do a comeback. Every time. It feels very James Lindsay. Like, what do you have? It's constant, as we're going to see with this compatriot, who I didn't know about, who I learned some stuff about. It's incredible. James Lindsay just defaults to liberalism. And then the Eurocucks are like general monarchy, general right-wing Marxism. It's so annoying because it is the woke right, as I will show you. Moving along. Now, I just thought this was funny. Their chat calls the moose the moose.
But a lot of people fell for that. It was a big thing a couple months. Mega DZ EL for 10 says, the moose got exposed taking over New Jersey by Tyler Oliveira. I did see
the moose. Their chat is calling them the moose. I don't want to say I originated that or anything, okay? As the bodies are rolling in, we'll do a little more poking fun at Spoon before we really get into his friend. Oh boy, that's fun. So this is from a recent Broken Crown episode. What was this, 4 days ago? Where I believe V was on there. And he pushes back on Spoon Man, and Spoon Man isn't really good at the banter that you think a lot of Euros have.
it's not Venezuela.
You know who else was like a very powerful and old nation?
Britain?
China, and it got the Century of Humiliation when
It
from
did.
Britain. Yeah.
It did.
Okay,
However,
why would
Doesn't
I
mean the century of
favor-
humiliation can't happen to the United States, which is what I do not
Why-
want.
Why do I want to favor the American and their global homoness? Like, new.
The American globo homoness. Have we seen the UK's police covering themselves in pride flags? What are you talking about? This is the Eurocuck position. It's an act of James Lindsayism where you are perpetually criticizing other people. It's like James Lindsay's liberalism is not an answer for what he's criticizing. And so how are you calling us globo homo? The United States is way less globo homo. Way less than the UK. And then he gets made fun of, and then he thinks he is over the target because people are making fun of him.
America has no decent culture worthy of
Look,
exploitation.
all I'm
It's not like
saying is
France.
that
It's not like
I will
Britain.
explain.
It's
I will
cringe
explain.
and gay. No.
yes, but listen, you go to bed, right, and everything is fine, and you wake up and a world leader is in your prison.
And so V, who's Romanian, is trying to be like, well, you gotta, respect it from a monarchist perspective, a force doctrine perspective, where like, yeah, the United States has the power to just go and abduct a guy. I mean, you got to at least be able to enjoy that from a force perspective, right?
It's like, that is so fucking, like, I mean, look, that is awesome. Okay, it's awesome.
How is it awesome?
Look at Russia. Russia is like, oh, I don't like Zelensky, and they keep sending tanks and men, and it's like, oh, special military operation. 5 years later, 100,000 of them, they still can't do it. Put in little fucking cock. Trump doesn't like the president of that nation. Next day, he's in America, and
you can't like laugh about that and call it like based or whatever. That we did that? No, it's America that did it.
New York arrested, waiting his charges.
Yeah, I agree. You've been possessed by the spirit of Holden Blood Feast, V.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Our conquest.
Our oldest member of Congress.
Okay, so wait, so let me get this straight. I'm supposed to care about this ability to
get ready for this cope, and I want to see in the chat some immediate responses to Spoon, since just like James Lindsay, these never happen. Think of this line of logic and this level of excuse making as to why he can't care about it.
Kidnap another nation. The average age that people can buy a house in America is fucking 50. Fuck off with your leader kidnapping and fix the economy, you fucking fat sack of shit.
Now he would have a leg to stand on in the UK. I mean, how much better is it in the UK? But I would just, no matter what he says, I would just go, yeah, but your police, not even your government, your police allow the muzzies to do your girls dirty for 40 years now. It's still happening. He can't care about us capturing a world leader because of our housing market. What? Yeah, we also understand that and disagree with that and don't like it. And we discuss how it happened. Very similar to how in the UK, you probably discuss how your government no longer works for your people, right? Who do we have here? Well, this looks interesting to me. This looks interesting. Based Spoon. Interesting. I think that's interesting. Didn't really hear an explanation there. Interesting.
I don't care about your bullshit military expansionism. Fuck off. Give us cheap oil.
And were from the Roman spoons.
Fucking care.
You do not
don't
understand.
Care.
Give us cheap oil. Protect us militarily.
This because you're from South Africa. Your ancestors were dominated. My ancestors dominated yours. So when I go with the bloodlust, I'm channeling the spirit of the Roman Empire.
Notice how Aiden's laughing, right? V is ramped up with his energy. They're all having a good time, except for Spoon, who is unbelievably, abjectly antisocial atheist levels of miserable.
My ancestors were French, German, and Dutch, and they went and conquered the South African wildlands. I'm okay.
Listen.
He's not actually wrong in that. I mean, like, Romania is the end of the Roman Empire. So there you go. It's named as hence such. What's your comeback, Spoon?
Not getting that green card, that's what this
Aiden's having a good time listening to Spoon get berated. Props.
His comeback.
Spoon's got a Irish.
You do realize I have an Irish passport, right?
Sisters, sorry.
So it sounds like he lives in Ireland.
Another group of people that were dominated and subjugated. Like, look, do you have like anything in your blood that actually conquered other people?
German, British, French.
There you go.
And why don't you lead with that? Why
do you lead with South African and Irish? If you have German, English, French, why do you lead with those? Kind of like how Americans lead with American, because we live in America. We understand that our lineage comes from Europe. I don't know what straw man he's constructing.
You lead with like Irish, South Africa.
I led with Irish
because I have passports.
He lived there for half his life, man.
Yes.
Listen to the silence. Listen to how everybody went from laughing to the absolute silence of the wet blanket that is Spoon.
Thoughts.
He lived there for half his life, man.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, you asked. It's not a very sexy answer, but that would be the reason why.
That would be the reason why. Everyone's having a good time and they're laughing, and V has this energy. Spoon comes in with, I know it's not particularly sexy. That's the reason why. Wow. Do you have any idea how much more successful Aiden would be if she wasn't weighed down by this wet blanket? We'll cover that next.
Well, we're all,
It also means I can
money.
flex on so many South Africans by just going like, hey, look, I have access to Europe and you don't.
Anyway,
but that's an unfortunate thing, yeah.
I need to bounce.
Yeah.
So this was actually really pleasant. We'll do it again next Wednesday. Yeah, we'll do it again next Wednesday.
Yeah.
All right, see you, man. Okay. All right.
He is
Since
clearly
V is
full of a lot of energy today.
He's full of a lot of energy today. Yes. Like, bro, loosen up. You'll notice that Spoon has no live streams on his channel. He's lazy. He just goes to Broken Crown. He could do solo streams. People would like him to do solo streams. He doesn't do them because he's lazy, and he hasn't released another video in over 9 days.
he does have a lot of energy. However, since V is left, I'm going to read these super chats, and then we're going to bring on Angry Biscuit, who donated like a shit ton of money to the stream a couple weeks ago and has asked to come on for a little bit to join us as we.
I just want to say to the Americans coping in these fucking chat, you are completely owned by the Jews. And
okay. Would you rather live in the United States owned by the Moos, okay, or live in the UK with like a Muslim mayor that lets muzzies struggle white girls for the past 40 years? Do we see how ridiculous this is? I don't understand how this is even listenable to people. How does it not immediately click in your brain?
Your entire political class does their freaking bidding. So until you can get rid of AIPAC...
Now this I like. This I like a lot. Where is it? Oh, I need to do super chats. Someone said that he goes on... Spoon also goes on Flashcast on Saturdays. He does go on other people's shows. You're right. I don't know why he wouldn't just... You know, he has so many politically important things to say. Why doesn't he? Like, I'm new to streaming, and it was weird for me to stream by myself on my own channel, but I started to do it. It's good for the health of the channel. It's good for engagement, especially since he's been streaming for like 4 years now, but he's too lazy. He's too lazy and insecure to do it. King Spectre, $5. Thank you very much. Spoon is the living definition of the adage about glass houses and stones. Oh. You're foreshadowing about his friend and you don't even know it. We're going to have a glass house reference. That's going to hit pretty hard. My Mother's Legs gifted 10 rhetorically defective memberships. Fellas, the last 3 videos behind the paywall, pretty solid. 2 videos, really trashing the blacks, one of which I was debating blacks, say the N-word a bunch. These are lore videos from a while ago, years ago, 2018, 2019, showing you how Artie has progressed through the years. And then the last video, I do some detective work in 2018, realizing a news story that called a guy racist, and they ignored the black guy that assaulted people. So, good stuff behind the paywall. Delamo for $10. Hey, Artie, I have to apologize for being inconsiderate for my past request to redo parts of the stream. I won't do it again. That being said, can you pause it? I got a shower. Double Mumble is, in fact, a man of his word. Call my audience stupid. Call them annoying. Call them irritating. Call them incels. Call them dysgenic. You can't call them liars. Thank you for that. Is the Night, $5, thank you, about not reading. Fun fact about the Bible. It was compiled from liturgical texts, read to the people, attend liturgy, and you don't have to read. That is true. I am getting closer to attending liturgy. I'm going to go pick out a nice Sunday outfit. You know, I'm going to be going to a service, right? So I might as well, be thoughtful about it, Thank you for that. Doomsday Machine, $5. Thank you. Parliamentary systems just suck. I love Europe and America, but Europe has no might to flex when their people are being terminated. I mean, this is obvious. I mean, isn't it obvious? Did you feel like you were breaking the mold by saying that? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills over here. It just seems like the most obvious criticism.
Look
Your
at that,
fucking
Jeff.
nation, I wouldn't say shit about anything that your country does because everything is done at the behest of a tiny little country. You are 350 million people and you are completely cocked and fucking owned by 10.
Well, calling us cucked when you let brown muzzy men from Pakistan snuggle struggle your daughters, your white daughters. And they also, the men, fathers of those daughters, get in trouble for speaking up about it. That just seems way more egregious to me. I don't know.
10 million, thousands of fucking miles away in the Middle East.
You say
So
this
eat
after
a
we don't
dick.
have contact with Via's chat anymore.
Do you hear how he's actually mad and he's not having fun? He's such a miserable man.
No, some of them are.
Listen to how Aiden's trying to laugh and have fun.
I'm sure some of them are.
So eat a dick.
Okay, let me get these super chats, and then I will bring in Angry Biscuit, who
Oh yeah, you
has
have
been
not actually
waiting for a
won a
couple
war in
weeks.
like 50 years.
I do declare. What a guy. What a fun guy to be around.
In every
Yeah,
single
and-
fucking way.
And also,
Airstrikes, taking out the leader.
also this thing, the Persian people get the liberation. Liberation from what? What the fuck does that actually mean?
It really is woke, right? They're constantly deconstructing without building anything up in its place.
You do realize
It means that
there-
women can be whores.
You do realize
apparently.
there is a contingency of that regime. It doesn't just dissipate and now you're going to have this magical group of people
Yeah.
taking over and turning it into a fucking liberal democracy. I don't know what fucking world you retards live in where you can look at this, you can just like knock off a leader and it's like a fucking TV show. That's not the real
That's the
fucking
thing.
world.
Who said it was the real world?
It's media brained.
Okay, look
It's
at
like-
look at Iraq, look at Afghanistan,
fuck?
right? The amount of shit America's done the last 20 years, has it in any way made these places more liberal?
No. Right.
So what the fucking hell makes you
No.
think it's going to do it now?
Who thinks that?
Let's
Stop
talk about
living in this
the
fantasy
situations.
land where you're going to liberate these people because you killed their leaders. Like thinking that you're going to do that is like thinking you're going to take out the Pope and end Catholicism.
And the
Let's
crowd
talk about
goes mild.
the current situations in the
Now, I'm going to address something with Aiden Paladin. It's going to be 100% in support of her. Aiden, blink twice if you need help.
I'm sorry. I have to talk about this first.
So, Fist has his own channel. I am enthusiastic about promoting Fist's channel to uplift other creators around me. He talks to Clown Town Chronicle. I tell you to go and subscribe there. You support these things so they grow, and this is how you build a community, okay? Let's hear how Spoon reacts to Aiden starting a new channel.
really have to, because this is super important. And before, I'm so invested in this stuff, which is that all this Iran stuff, that I forgot the thing that I really need to tell you about, which is that I'm launching a new channel. Wait, where'd it go? Oh, I gotta get it up. Where not like that. I think it might be. Am I logged in over here?
You can say that. You don't have a penis, as far as I'm aware.
I know. I
I
am. Okay. So this is my new channel. It's nothing on it yet, but it's Science Sybil, SIBYL. I'm going to release in the next week 2 videos on the same day. One will be a video that we posted to this channel. I'm going to give you guys a link. Please subscribe. And on next Wednesday, I'll also...
Fellas, please subscribe to Science Sybil. Science spelled science. Sybil spelled SIBYL. Aiden does very in-depth videos, right? Very well researched. Not always algorithm friendly. Definitely join her Substack and Patreon to support her work, since she actually puts in an unbelievable amount of work into the Broken Crown and into her own personal projects.
When I launch the videos, we're going to try to do a thing, because YouTube has killed my channel algorithmically, Aiden Paladin has absolutely raped it. There's no
It's not necessarily okay. Unsolicited advice, ignore me, call me dumb, okay? Things have changed, Aiden. Since you were first creating content, things are much more competitive now, right? Attention spans are much shorter than they used to be. It's not necessarily the algorithm turned on you. It's just that people aren't maybe necessarily looking for the same content that you have been making.
other way to describe what happened to me last year. I lost 95% of my viewership, and it's clearly algorithmic. It has to do with subscribe.
She has 140,000 subscribers. For the love of everything sacred, Aiden, stream on your... Okay. I'm going to call an audible right now. Let me go to Aiden Paladin's channel. Let me do what is Caleb hammered as a financial audit. Let me do account audit right now. Now, here's what I want you to realize. She has 141,000 subscribers. Now, this is the advantage I have being a dog poop materialist, okay? I just look at reality. She streamed 4 months ago. It got 13,000 views. 5 months ago, 12,000 views. Why not do that more? Why are you going on the Broken Crown with 7,000 subs on that account? Why don't you do streams from your channel that has 141,000 subscribers? That's what you should do. You should do more of that. Now, you're going to be starting a new channel. I wouldn't advise that. You already have 141,000 subscribers. Leverage that into live streaming. You're already a live streamer. My solo streams tend to do better than Artie and Fist, okay? It's my channel. People would be coming to listen to me. Aiden, do research streams. Do a 5-hour live stream that's research streams. People would love it. And then you get to double dip. And then use that research for your video, right? You could make it a members only stream. You could do the first hour or two public, and then the last two, the second half of it behind the paywall. You have 141,000 subscribers. Utilize it. Work it, girl. You already have it. It's not her fault. She is being weighed down by this pathetic man. It's incredible. Here we are.
Go over it. I made a whole video about explaining like why it happened and how it happened and how the YouTube algorithm works and why. So, the videos that I made that were purely extremely focused on politics did okay, but the videos that I made that were not explicitly about politics were the worst performing videos I've ever released. So
our methodology is to do the non-political videos over Mia and then the political videos on our channel. But now you have to rebuild an audience on this new channel.
Even if they were political.
And then it's opportunity cost. It takes her a long time to make a video, and then you have to gamble on the payoff. I understand that. I empathize with that. Turn that research that you're doing into a live stream, right? Right? Even still, fine. Have this channel, fine. Live streams. You get 12,000, 13,000 views on your live streams. Live stream on your 141,000 subscriber channel. Research streams. That's what you should do objectively.
But they weren't like in your... If it didn't have like a picture of Charlie Kirk's face in the thumbnail, it didn't work. They just...
Fellas in the chat, let me know if you would watch Aiden Paladin's 4-hour research stream that was casual. And you could ask questions as she's researching.
Failed. And that's because of the YouTube algorithm stuff. Anywho. So let me actually pin this comment real quick. I'll remind you again next week. I'm going to start releasing shorts on this channel over the next week. This will be for more of my pure science content. And the first video that I will be used AI for your profile picture is I used AI to... This is a Michelangelo painting. I don't know.
That's actually not
I used AI to like...
My chat is saying no, which makes sense, because if you watch my content, you probably don't like her content. But she's a really good person and makes really good content outside of my demographic. But I think we understand the point that I'm making, right?
What?
That's not actually AI, is it?
I only used a little bit of AI to just clean it up. It's a
Now
Michelangelo
listen to this right
painting.
now.
Yeah, you actually had someone commissioned to do most.
Now he's criticizing somehow the artwork. He's like, yeah, was that AI? It wasn't AI. Someone drew it, right? Can you be a little enthusiastic about the channel to, hype it up?
Most of
The
the
energy
drawing.
behind it?
Well, yeah, it's a
Right,
Michelangelo
yeah.
painting.
Yeah, there you go.
Anyway, do you want me to have someone else do it? I mean, like I can
Now listen to this.
hire some. I have a couple people who I could
Should I
do
have
for
someone
art,
else
but
do
I
it?
liked this art. It's based on a
you
Michelangelo
help her?
painting of
Can
a
you
symbol,
hype
which
it?
is a did Michelangelo use AI? I don't know. But that's the problem with the AI stuff, right? Is that everyone thinks everything is AI.
Is AI.
You can just look it up.
Low-key
Hang on,
kneecapping.
I'll show you what I mean. Symbols in ancient Greece, like I mean, it's obviously like been drawn over. You know what I mean?
Now she's explaining this.
Were prophetesses.
This should be a
the
channel
biology. It's about the biology of why astrology is real. Anywho,
Nah.
tell us.
Yes, she's saying astrology is real. Now, what you could say is, normally, I think that would be a dumb topic, but the amount of research that you go into, I'm assuming that you make a really compelling case for it. I'm assuming, Aiden, that you're not just being like a typical girly girl saying like, oh, astrology is real. It'll actually be interesting to hear your justification, I'm assuming with a lot of research, as to some of the reality behind astrology. Do you see how easy that was? To hype it? To hype? How much longer do you have to work with someone for to hype their channel? Their work that they're trying to do.
Again, it's a Michelangelo painting. All right, I will. Sybil is also a name I've used online for many, many years. So this is connected to me in every way. I'm not getting away. I'm not stopping doing Aiden Paladin. I'm just only going to use Aiden for hyper political videos. And if there's any,
I mean, you should utilize your 141,000 subscriber channel. I know that you think it's the algorithm. I know. So at the very least, you should utilize that for live streams. Now, fellas, we're half an hour in. Nomos events over here, okay? I'm just going to try and bring you through this, how I discovered this. Now, Spoon has talked about muting me, and he's like, I don't want to talk to you. You're dumb, whatever. Fair. So we have, being a white American is to be trans ethnic. I'm going to want you to remember the word trans right now. Burn that into your brain. We're going to be using that later on. Your inherited biology didn't change, but you scream and cry insisting you aren't European. Again, who is saying that we're not European? Can you give me a person and argue against the person? Who is saying that? Ethnically transitioned. Americans are ethnic troons. Now, this is the person who is boys with Spoon, who is South African. Is he ethnically South African? No. Does he call himself South African? Yes. Does everybody understand that he's European? Absolutely. For some reason, we can't understand that Americans do the same thing. It's incredible. It's incredible. The Eurocucks are incredible. You are European. And I said, cool story. You have no guns and you go to jail for hate speech. All I hear are the death quells of a dead nation. You go to jail for hate speech whilst having guns. So then the point that is being made is, well, your guns, they can still put you in jail, force doctrine. But then if we use force doctrine to abduct other countries' leaders, well, we don't care because you have, our housing prices are high. Very convenient. Well, I'm really trying to hammer down for denying the Holocaust. And then Spoon Man comes in and says, the point went over your head, lad, go back to the slop trough. And then I said, I'm better than you. And I showed how his channel has 54,000 views in the last 30 days and he lost 400 subs. Well, I gained 500 subs. Had 145,000 views in the last 30 days. And all he says is pathetic. He's got nothing to say, which is why he's so fun to pick on. Just like James Lindsay, nothing to say for himself. Stay out of the trash talking game. Stay out of the politics game. Just comment on video games, dude. Something safe for yourself. And I'm making fun of them for not really releasing content. And then, just like a leftist, they have one of their boys coming in. Stop coping, bro, and it's Make America Great Again. Yep, just like the left, I'm MAGA. That's all they have. Again, just like a leftist, you can't tell me what I said that's incorrect. Then we have Nomo events. Now, what you should know about Nomo events, he pens himself as quite an author of a book, which we'll cover very soon. He really likes stroking himself to his own intellect. Now, I thought this was just some random moron. He's called Nomos events because he's held a handful of events years ago, but he still wants to seem like he has an air of legitimacy, even though he doesn't actually have events anymore for years. America is a mulatto Shabbos Goy nation. Aha. America is 54% white and falling. Well, I mean, the UK is decreasing in white people. Of those 54% whites, 60 to 90%, depending on location and age, are generally mutilated at birth, myself included. By contrast, Britain is 76% specifically Britain. And I said, what's the point of being a white British nation when you let poop-skinned Muslims grape your preteen white girls for generations? Like, you literally allow them to do it. Are you okay? He comes back with, did you forget 1350? Dude. How much of a Eurocuck answer is that? Real quick, what's worse? What is worse? And this is what we say with James Lindsay, sure. But what is worse? But what about 1350? What about, it's literally 40 years that your police allow muzzies to do that. And he comes back with 1350 and this one black guy who's an adult stabbing a white woman who's an adult, which is different than Muslim grooming gangs, I would say. And I say third world shithole, like these areas with the most popular name, boy's name, is Muhammad. Like, you are being taken over by Muslims. We all know it. I don't say this to Fist. Why would I say it to Fist? He's not being a Eurocuck. He's not trying to pull rank when he has no leverage. Why would I do that? I have many Europeans in my audience. Why would I say that to them? We're trying to be on the same team. We're realizing that whites across the West have been demoralized for a long time now. So why would I demoralize those whites even more? Which is what the Eurocucks do. They try to demoralize white Americans for what, not even well. It's an incoherent position is what they attempt to have. Then we have Waffle coming in, which this is great. So in the UK, police arrest the fathers. In at least 2 cases, fathers tracked down their daughters and attempted to remove them from houses where they were being abused. The police arrested the fathers. Wow, UK, what are you doing? Hey, well, they're more white than we are. Nailed it. Nailed the dismount. Now, in the United States, a man accused of killing his daughter's rapist wins the Republican primary for county sheriff. Wow. Not bad. Not a bad side-by-side. But one's whiter. And the guy comes back with the UK, whiter, less mutilated, has lower per capita crime. These are all facts. Now, this guy takes himself as a revolutionary political operator. I'm not kidding. He's a revolutionary. Him and his wife are like political activist, right-wing revolutionaries is how they view themselves. And this is how the guy's talking. I didn't know this at the time. Again, I come back with the muzzies. And he says, you acknowledge America as both more brown and less safe. America's less safe. The level of reductive rhetoric right now, you can't even take it seriously. So I'm like, oh, this guy's just some nobody. He's some schmuck that for some reason, dude, he pulls up the BLM riots. What is this point? It's incoherent. We keep going. He goes, enjoy your high crime and brown demographics, I guess. And just like James Lindsay, Spoon Man comes in and goes, told you. What did he tell him? What did he tell him? Told you what? And of course, he's so mad. Little American baby men. Yeah, the Yanks need their petty victories. You know, it's not a petty victory to say that we're circumcised in brown. That's not a petty victory. That doesn't immediately apply to them. Not like they can even understand what you're saying most of the time. See, we just don't understand. It's just like James Lindsay. They're too high-minded in their insular, intellectual bubbles for us laymen to understand anything that they're saying. It's not that what they're saying is incoherent and dumb. And so John Sweeney over here blocks me. Now, he's a published author, I'm not doxing him. And he says, American fragile ego baby man. Spoon must have graped you really hard at some point. Now let's start to get into it, okay? This is my introduction to this man. And the funny thing is, when I look at Broken Crown, they're hawking Scrump and Evelyn's book. They're hawking their book still. So that's February 25th of 2026. This book came out like 7 or 8 months ago. They're still hawking the book. They are very high-minded about this book, okay? They're very excited about this book. This book is called Anti-Politics, all right? So let me introduce you into this high-minded, guys, they are reshaping politics, these Eurocucks, okay? We don't get it. It's just it's the same. They are trying to use Marxism. It's woke right. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. There's never a solution. All they're doing is endlessly deconstructing everything. Let's see. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
But yes, I'll probably put it in. I'll tell you what, I'll show
Buy
it in
Scrum's
the chat
book.
as well.
Well, yeah, start with some
did-
A bit
shilling.
of Valley Girl for a second there.
Yeah,
You feeling all
I'll
right?
start with some shilling. But since I'm a mod, I can actually
Book's been out for 7 or 8 months. Try and find some reviews on it, you know? Did Academic Agent read the book and go, oh, and analyze it? No. No one cares about this book. This is same thing as commies, writing their little pamphlets, patting themselves on the back. Mind you, I believe he admits at some point, somewhere, that the last third of the book is transcripts from their speeches that they've made, okay?
put it in the chat there. Yes.
It's pinned, by the way. so-
Oh wow. Okay, thank you. No, thank you very much for that. No, the nice guys over at the Shieldings, they came
Shieldings,
and
yeah.
they gave us basically the ability to bring the book out and also help launch their Whifflings Publishing.
Now, I'm witness. So here's the Eurocuck thing that I'm realizing that I'm still very new to. This is true. AA gave it a swift mention. That is correct. Nomos is Scrump. That is correct. Scrump and Spoon are AA orbiters. Now, I'm not going to get into it. I've talked about this. AA has the Spanky Tanky on his channel. A communist, okay? Is there a right wing in Europe at all whatsoever? Like, does it exist? He has the Spanky Tanky on there. A guy that was a communist, but was a sex pest, if you can believe it, and loved being spanked and coerced drug-addicted women into his community into spanking him. For some reason, he stopped being a communist at the end of 2024, and AA loves this guy. Wild. That's why I say antisocial atheists. What? I've been saying you have to be right wing. I'm so close to saying you have to be orthodox. But I'll start people off at right wing. The lack of a moral compass in this sphere sometimes is baffling to me. But let's keep going.
Which is really cool, and it's turned out really well. Apart from there's like a typo in my introduction because I completely missed.
I love it. It's this big is his great work, and there's typos all throughout it. Oh, you gotta love it. This guy, hey, listen to this guy. He's gonna change politics. Hey, anti-politics. He's queering politics over here, okay?
Oh,
actually
no.
put the wrong version. I gave the guy the wrong version, but that's the only one I found.
Oh, nice. Okay. I mean, that's
there
pretty
might-
good then.
Is that
There's
also
a
the one you
couple-
gave me?
There's like a missing, I don't know, there's a couple of commas and spaces and stuff. Like I found a couple of grammar whoopsies that aren't quite whoopsies, but it is nearly 100,000 words. So there's I don't know, I've gone through
It is nearly 100,000 words, just like James Lindsay. So proud of the word count, even though a third of that is annotated scripts of what they've said.
a few times, but that really stung. I was like, oh, I left that in. Oh no.
Buy it now before
Whoa,
they
what's going
fix it.
on here? Gamma JK, who previously is the heel of the chat, putting Evelyn in quotations. So we have Scrump, aka Nomos, aka John Sweeney. You can see his name on his book. And his wife, Evelyn. Now, for some reason, Gamma JK, who has been a heel previously in chat when it came to Mentis Wave, okay, says Evelyn in quotes. Interesting. Very interesting. We may explore that later on. Testing, $2. Thank you. I see V in the same chat as Spoon. I like V. That was a pretty resounding in the comments of that video. Vex, $5. Thank you so much. And the crowd goes mild. I'm rolling over here. Thank you. Much appreciated. Testing for $2. Also, forgot to say you're welcome. I'm here. Of course. Testing. Spoon is passive aggressive like a little girl. I know. What do you mean? What do you mean it's passive aggressive? You just don't understand my high-minded, affluent. What is it? What am I trying to think of? Highfalutin? Is that what I'm thinking? I'm trying to do an impression that's above my pay grade right now. Jackman, $5. Thank you. Spoon uses AI in the background of his videos. He's a hypocrite in every respect. I don't know what comment he was trying to make, but hype your co-host's channel. And then, if somebody else is on the channel, hype that person's channel. Is this so difficult? What is this level of insecurity on the a digital right wing with these Eurocucks? They are just insecure, jealous, antisocial, atheist, commies at the end of the day. That's how they function. Bubblegum for $2. Blessing is of the Moose. Romans, 1527. Pivotal. Thank you.
That era, it'll be worth more in the
say,
future.
you'll know if you've got like a first run book, because if we bring out another wave of them, that'll be fixed. Because I have
Hang on,
any little minor errors. Sorry, go
real quick, can you turn up Scrump's audio, Spoon? Because
No, I can't.
Kevin, he was nice enough to write an introduction. What it is a collection of our essays, mine and Evelyn's over the past few years, but we did write.
So it's a collection of their essays. So already written. So more so curation. So when it says 100,000 words, it's curated. It wasn't like you wrote 100,000 words.
Them with a mind to be quite interlinked. So if I may toot my own horn a little bit, I think that the writing is a lot more cohesive than just a collective essays would generally suggest.
Now, would anyone have guessed that the man speaking right now, okay, is this guy? You acknowledge America is both more brown and less safe. The UK is whiter, less mutilated, has lower per capita crime. Would you assume that that guy has a book that anyone should ever read? That's what was so surprising to me.
Also, it's not like a tiny little, like sometimes like YouTubers or personalities bring out books and they're like tiny. This is 344 pages of A5 and it doesn't have an index.
Oh, we might have some lore drops in chat tonight, fellas, and I strongly encourage that because I'm new. Hey, I'm new here. I remember when Scrump was after Rose of Dawn, lol. I don't know what that means. Some people in my chat might know what that means. I follow both Scrump and AA, Stop with Spoon, and literally every day Scrump rage posts about Americans. It's becoming annoying. We're going to cover that.
So it's quite a hefty tome. There's quite a lot to read there.
A hefty tome.
And I would also like to say that it's
this should have been socialized out of you. Like if you're first making content and you make a 3-hour video and nobody watches it, it's like, okay, are there some things you could have removed from that to make it palatable, listenable? This is a hefty tome. He's so proud of himself for this book. He's selling a book. Now he's legitimate, right?
It starts from a point of view of like liberalism isn't real, now what? It does a lot of we try to do a lot of the now what. So condensing our best writing.
They do not do the now what. We're going to cover that. There is no now what. It is endless deconstruction.
Together, a lot of it is like, okay, we know who the elite are. We know that power goes top down, and we know that democracy doesn't work. What now?
Which is probably the most common question that I think we get as well too, which is, okay, you've identified the issue. What do you do about it besides complain? I mean, I think it's probably Usury's big issue with with us, broadly speaking.
This is perfect. Torch of Wyatt. Brits are really bad at shilling. Something about it just doesn't come naturally to them at all. It's not even. I hate the word shilling. When do I ever shill? I never shill. I don't even tell anyone to like the stream or share it. I don't shill at all. If my coworker and digital friend in the space, who's on the same political project as me, is starting any political project, I want him to do well. I want those around me to do well. I don't even see how it's shilling. But thank you.
Is like, how do you, well, okay, you identify the issue. What do you do about it? Just vote harder next time.
But he's got the
generally
exact
speaking,
same solution, which is
is
just
what people
wait for
say.
some Caesar to show up, but his Caesar involves voting.
Right.
It is called Anti-Politics Volume 1, The Elite. It does imply further volumes, but yes, we do have plans for further volumes. People are wondering, it is only available in paperback currently because we just wanted to have the one product, because this is just a launch. So
really strong.
This is kind of the launch edition.
Look at how
as it
he
were. There
talks
will
about
be,
this book
probably in the next couple of months.
for almost
actually
for
probably
15
definitely
minutes.
The next couple of months. There will be a ebook version. We just want to give incentive people.
Yes, it's very much the aesthetic.
I gotta say, when I was designing this, my main aim was right. I want you to think that if you see this on your university reading list, you go, "Oh shit, that's gonna be expensive."
If you see this on your university reading list, you think that's going to be expensive. It's the childlike hubris. It's the hubris. If they weren't trying to trash talk constantly and being so sensitive to criticism, it would have been a different world, right?
I want to make it look like a really like textbook you'd be charged like far too much for. It's like, yeah, you've got.
And this now, I welcome this. I welcome this all day long. Where are you? Oh, I gotta change this. Hold on. I'm booming a little bit. There we go. Aramaic Discourse said something that I wanted to bring up on screen. I guess I'd just read it from chat. He says, some of Scrump's videos analyzing stuff is pretty decent. Yes. His weird animosity against Americans is tiresome. Yes. I basically ignore his posts nowadays. Okay. Do you see how I say it's like James Lindsay? People liked James Lindsay's work, right? James Lindsay made it so you can't like him. Are we understanding? I'm sure he does have helpful political analysis. Now, it's easy to deconstruct things, okay? And you have to have a degree of decorum when you're doing so, since we don't necessarily have quick answers for these difficult topics. It's the hubris. It's the, here's my book. Buy me book!
To buy this obscure textbook for your Cambridge politics course. It's 180 quid new.
Right. Well, yeah, typically as is the case. But yeah, I mean, congrats, man. But please, if everybody in the audience, if you are interested, Scrump's been on plenty of times before, but if you're interested in the book, definitely check it out.
Stop shilling now and I can actually give my opinion on some news.
Oh.
Yeah, let's stop shilling now, and he can give his opinion on some news, okay? 3 minutes later. Now let's get to some news.
Exist in society as an individual. You always, like, even Jordan Peterson pointed this out, is that you have to figure out where you belong in the collective.
Basic science.
Yeah.
If you would like a flavor of the book, I will actually read you the introduction.
You know what? Let me read you the introduction to my book. You can't write it. So humble. These Eurocucks are so humble, aren't they?
Because I do have it here.
Go on.
Yeah.
To explain that anti-politics, noun, its definition is literally reaction against or rejection of the practices or attitudes associated with traditional politics.
Now, this is a fantastic point from chat, okay? Notice how Aiden is hyping Scrump's book like a good host. Fellas, discernment, right? It's on screen, excited, supportive. Yes, this is how you build communities. This is the only thing we have control of, by the way.
We want to live in a different world, one in which the structures of power are displayed honestly and the top-down nature of sovereignty is presented openly. What you'll read in this collection of essays and speeches, because the last third of it are speeches we presented at some of the Witan events.
The last third of it is speeches. So it's a collection of essays, and the last third of it is speeches, okay? This is curation. But he really makes it seem like a textbook, like he wrote the book.
We did actually stand up and present some of this. It is our attempt to grapple with what it means to truly reject the assumptions of post-war liberalism, to disregard the abstract mental technology of ideology, rather instead describe political reality as it is, to reassert reality such as the fact that for human organization to exist, someone must be in charge. To achieve this, we seek the synthesis of top-down and revolutionary
We achieve the synthesis in top-down revolutionary thinking, okay? It's right-wing Marxism. Like, listen to the verbiage.
thinking that is far and away from the parody of Che Guevara t-shirt leftism. Figures such
Mind you, they just think the answer is revolution, just so you know, in case that surprises you.
as Carl Schmitt, Jack Ellul, Samuel T. Francis, Oswald Spengler, James Burnham,
Name
Gaetano
drop.
Mosca, Vivaldi Prato, God, I have terrible names to Bertrand de Juvenel, like the Europeans,
Just
Vladimir
stroking
Lenin,
himself
Hansen
right now,
Hofer,
like all
Paul
the
Gottfried, and many
academics do.
others, hold the pieces of a model that sweeps away the political waffle of consent manufacturing. What must come before the statement, all governments make, and therefore we rule. To engage earnestly in politics and the abstract rules of the political process is to have already admitted defeat. This is why
See, the Eurocuck is just steeped in leftism, where they're like, ooh, let's talk about it this way. Now I feel better about it. We have this new atheist way of dealing with these problems.
we engage in anti-politics, and why we have given the project that name. We aim to systematically strip the security blanket of the process from people's minds, laying bare that power is still the same as it was in the age of kings. It is simply wielded by lesser men with backs too weak and shoulders too narrow to wield it heroically. You
Based.
could have a good
Based. See how he said it poetically? See how like James Lindsay will say something a little poetically? It's like, oh, wow, dude, you nailed it. I feel differently about all politics now.
king,
Yes.
or you can have a bad king, but someone will always be in charge. The mental technologies, the framing devices of post-war politics cannot alter the reality. Praying for a good king requires less magical thinking than earnestly voting for a better politician. A set of simple heuristics, our mantra for surviving modernity, precede the long-form essays in this book.
Okay. That was the guy that's like, hey, I don't want to let's get on with it, and just starts reading his book. All right. Now, I hope you're sitting down and have your helmet on for this cringe. All right.
I do aim it to I imagine like somebody picking this up, like not knowing anything about all, like somebody who like reads The Sun and maybe occasionally The Guardian, but doesn't quite understand why people think it's the clever newspaper, and just like again, it feels like they've been dragged into some kind of alternate political universe. I sometimes kind of enjoy that thought. But...
So, Scrum, this is going to sound really cringy and overused, but I would say your introduction sounds like someone who already took the red pill, now just wants to see how far it goes.
He already took the red pill and now just wants to see how far it goes. This guy tries to make fun of us. How far it goes. Do you see how it's endless progressivism, by the way? It can always go further. You can always go further and further right. What is right? They don't know. They can never define it. It's all so tiresome.
Basically, yeah, that's kind of what it is. It's just like, well,
yeah, there we go.
In terms of modern writing and modern examples, you run out of like right-wing road. Basically, where AA is, because the populist delusion, to shield the populist delusion.
Yeah, well, you go so far right-wing that you start sounding like a leftist. This is like basic horseshoe theory. This is what James Lindsay should call the woke right, because what makes you woke is you're not really getting anything done except for a soft application for revolution, which is all this is.
Was a very good book, and a lot of people read it and they got it. They did get it. And that really is, though, in terms of like top down, no, actually democracy isn't real and society is structured top down to the point,
Okay. Now, what I love, X is different. You have to realize that. Their posts on YouTube, that's a little bit different. That's more of a core audience. Now, let's start with this one from Scrump Monkey. We've spoken a lot about political containment, mapping out the networks that feed back to the security apparatus. This has been thrown into sharp relief as many parts of the based media sphere cheer endless war. But how do you deal with structural containment? Separation. For a vanguard movement to be possible, you're reinventing the wheel over here. You cannot be beholden to the interests and framing of your political opposition. This is like talking about stuff endlessly. This is why, post-World War II, there was such heavy focus on the removal of white Gentile ability to self-segregate geographically or politically. Yeah. Okay, we agree. Don't know why you have to be so stinky towards us. We agree with you. There needs to be no methods via which your opposition has a voice within your own political core. That's what they've done to us. They've silenced us, yeah? You cannot have an internal discussion whilst the propaganda of your enemies are being debated. This is an essential part of all organization building, not merely political. See, he's trying to build a revolution, organization building. If you cannot manage hard separation between you and those who have the full backing of the international security services to destroy you, then you cannot take a first step. Crawl, walk, run. But no independent political org is currently even able to crawl. Yeah. Wow. Look at that. This is agitative propaganda. This is right-wing Leninism. Like, wow, dude. These guys are doing something new over here, okay? Are these neo-woke rightists? Picking on the MAGA chuds. Do I get something on this? I don't think it's this one. Here we go. Okay. Oh, boy. This is what he posted on X. Okay, now, he did say Americans are ethnic troons. I'm holding it in. I'm going to be polite, okay? I'm going to be polite. Now, I do prep. Someone said, let's not cast stones from Troon Castle. Interesting. I wonder what that means. Keep watching to find out. That's it. Oh, I gotta load more. That's what I gotta do. I gotta load more. Get a load going. There we go. Aristocratic Utensil said that Europe will survive due to having a more ancient culture than America. As a Greek, let me tell you, everyone here is a Netflixer. No one cares about the ancient culture. So long story short, if you don't play the game of the Clash of Civilizations, others play it for you and you lose forever. We will end up like the Sumerians. Right. He's waxing poetic about this ancient culture that people do not partake in modern times. Excellent comment. I'm not 100% sure what you're talking about. Is this a Twitter thing? I think I've only seen perhaps one American claim white American as an ethnicity, and he sounded like a gibbering idiot. It made no sense. Most consider the heritage European. Right. As I was saying, who are you talking about? And he just says, nope. Very Lindsayite response. Nothing to say for himself. I love it. I need more of it. Geez, man, who's spitting in your cereal? You're the one consistently trashing Americans. Mind you, these comments have among the most likes on here, so it's a, growing sentiment in the community. I'm American, and I identify more strongly with being white, European, and Dutch. The only Americans you could be complaining about are the people who repeat whatever Fox News or Tucker tells them. Why are you talking to them at all? Exactly. And then he keeps going. And someone else goes, who are you arguing with? Exactly. Exactly. This is the Eurocuck. Dude, you are totally clueless about Americans. I have never met a white American who didn't assert and in fact celebrate their European extraction. Stop making up straw men. It screams insecurity. Yeah, so this is what's happening with the Eurocucks right now, right? Their analysis is comforting, almost romantic, right? How they talk about, and I mean, this happened when Fist would talk to me. He romanced me with it. It's force doctrine, right? Yeah. I don't mind listening to the Euros talk about how it comes down to force. Monarchy theory, right? Liberal democracy is a sham. Yeah, absolutely. Not a Eurocuck. Why do you have to be an effeminate Eurocuck about it? It's the same thing with James Lindsay. Like, yeah, okay, we understand your points. Can we respond to you about your points? No? You're a little coward? All right. And one last one. You're just a Europore. You need to shut up and get behind Trump. Who's saying it? Europe has no real right-wing parties. That's how it feels listening to people that are trying to do right-wing Marxism. At least I live in a real country. Trump is making America great and you're just jealous. Americans need to acknowledge their inherent inferiority and stupidity, or they need to just be silent. Do you hear the scorn and disdain from the Eurocucks? Not being funny, not being backhanded. They're so jealous, dude. Oh, they hate where they are. They hate that it's so much better where we are. Excellent comments. Overwhelming likes as well. Insulting other peoples because their nation is more enslaved, humiliated, and subverted was cringe on 4chan 14 years ago. It led to nothing but doomers mocking each other for being slightly further down the track in a race they had no control over, and for being in a position that swapped every other month or so. Maybe you should grow up or go back to posting on 4chan where such middle school antics are appreciated. Perfect comment. Absolutely. Yeah, that's the criticism. Again, this is what I say about PF Young. This is what I say about Spoon. This is what I say about Mentis Wave. This is the criticism. This is what I say about James Lindsay. This is the criticism. Let's reduce it to a boil. Now, this is fantastic. You need to check yourself, Scrump. Your divisiveness on the right has become tiresome and has begun to turn you into more of a liability than an asset to our shared cause. Now, he is operating, Scrump and Spoon are operating as political enemies. They do not want to be friends with us. That's fine. I love to roll in the mud. Let me remind you that the founding stock of America was British. And not only that, but your best and brightest. It was your most enterprising and agentic national stock that set the genetic and cultural foundation of our country, which then outgrew yours in industry, and as a result, both martial and economic might, to the point that it was able to curtail your empire and establish its own far larger and more powerful one in its place. Calling Americans who have generated more scientific and technological innovation than your countrymen by an order of magnitude over the last century inherently inferior and stupid is the nuclear-grade cope of an aggrieved child tired of living in the shadow of its more successful sibling. Does our ruling elite do stupid shit? Yes, so does yours. See, this person's unifying and trying to talk sense into a person that's speaking out of turn. You want to talk about the suffering visited on others at the ruling class's behest. Let's talk about Boris Johnson torpedoing peace negotiations in Ukraine. You delude yourself if you think the UK is any less under the sway of Israel in your country. Your country is just less useful to puppeteer because it's inherent inferiority in the kinetic and economic spheres. I said this when I did the video on Spoon, where it's like the United States is the most targeted because we're the most powerful. Maybe if Restore wins, we can have a discussion about whose general population is superior. But right now, you have no leg to stand on. Fellas, this is the criticism that they will not engage with. What else can you do aside from mocking if they will not engage in the criticism? This is how I arrive at making a stream. Discernment, linear. I'd love to not do it, okay? I hate doing this. It brings a tear to my eye to have to do this to a fellow person on the Marxist right wing. Radio guy, member for 3 months. Thank you. Hey, Artie, had to do some work and now I'm 20 minutes behind. Can you pause the stream so I can catch you up? Why do I read that? Academics Agent, member for 3 months. Never mind pausing the stream, Artie. You're a monarch. Can you put a moratorium on the AA sphere, the academic agent sphere, until we figure out what the hell is going on over there? I don't do moratoriums. I always talk about it. Never forget I'm a liberal monarch, okay? Testing, $2. He sure sounds a lot more feminine in person. Who's he referencing? Sounding more feminine. Seeds of the Grape, $5. Thank you. Sup, Artie. Great YouTube uniter. Slayer of Marxies, Moos, and Euro weenies. All while wearing shorts and tube socks, no less. As defamation, I wear socks with snowboard. I wear shoes. I didn't even tell you this. I wear Crocs with snowboard socks. What do you think of that? You think this autism comes at no cost to my personal to my personal well-being? Bear in the Woods for $5. If we were to crowdsource the funding for a copy of this book, would it go from being his book to our book? asking for a dipshit tanky. I mean, right now, Spoon is going to make a video criticizing capitalism, just like James Lindsay, as if we don't understand the flaws of capitalism, right? Now, before Spoon, let me just say this now. Before Spoon releases his video, what they're calling capitalism is mooery, okay? Christianity does not allow for usury, okay? You can have capitalism within Christianity, right? Christianity and a government would care for its own people, and we would be able to work it out. There would be rules, there would be parameters. What we call capitalism is global mooery. Whenever we add neo to con, that mooey. Attack the Middle East is neocon on the behest of the moos, mooey. Neoliberal, number go up. Globalism, moo. When we add neo to something, it just makes it moo, okay? So it's the same way where I said when you're criticizing liberalism, you're not really criticizing actual liberalism. All of this has been subverted by the moos. We've shown receipts time and time again. So their problems with capitalism is moodyism. Very simple. Testing $2. Literal commie word structure while invoking Che. It's going to get so much worse. It's going to get so much worse with his wife. It's going to get so much where they're doing this commie talk with his wife. Theodore McCarthy for $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. European cultures suffer from a pervasive classism, which often manifests as quasi-academic pseudo-intellectualism. Even in nominally right-wing commentators, see Americans can use big words. Yeah, yes, right? Just like James Lindsay patting themselves in the back. Oh, here's a 2,000-word response to what you said. You didn't read all of it. Mind you, it's essays. It's a curation of works, which they openly admit isn't anything new necessarily. They're just curating what other people have said. Isaac, $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm subbed to all of these people. See? Fellas, I have crossover, okay? I'm not afraid having these conversations, even though I know this crossover. I don't tell anyone to not watch these people, do I? No, I don't. I'm a liberal, freedom of association. Talk to whoever you want to talk to. I would never put you in a position to have to choose. You don't have to choose. It's not a zero-sum game. You can do whatever you want. It would be an affront to my morals if you did not do what was in your heart. The problem is that they are so non-traditional and non-friendly for allies, makes them so annoying. Remember, 14? Oh, I'm pooping out raviolis right now. 14, HH88. I'm a revolutionary against the revolution. And blood and soil. Today is easy for you, Artie. Is it? Is it easy for me? It sounds great to break a fast and eat whatever I want, but then my body has to deal with the consequences of it. Fellas. Are we ready? Fellas, are we actually ready? Are we ready to listen to Scrump Monkey and his wife talk about being against pro-natalism? They are not pro-natalists, okay? If you can believe it. Now, this is important. This is important. You gotta listen to them banter back and forth with each other to really get a sense of the Eurocuck. Okay? Oh, here it is. All right, let's listen to John and Evelyn talk about why they're against pro-natalism. Now, these guys are so far right-wing.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to...
I'm sorry, I didn't mean these guys. I meant this man and his wife.
To our somewhat irregular Wednesday stream.
Hello.
Where we are back.
It's warm.
It is indeed warm
But
here.
contrary
Yikes.
to other people, I will not whinge about the heat.
And
because
they
we
are
love
loving
the
this book.
sun.
This is 6 months ago.
We do indeed love the sun. And also the dude.
Yeah, consider that your weather report for the week.
Yes, consider it.
Starting with the weather.
It's warm. It's warm today.
But yes, hello friends. We haven't seen you in a little while. I hope everyone is doing.
When does his wife come in? Wait. When does his wife come in?
Well, and thank you to the people who turn up and listen to these streams, not only live, but do it after the fact as well. And if you choose to...
Yeah, this is... I'm actually confused right now. This sounds like the same guy speaking. This is pretty right-wing right now. Sounds like the same guy speaking.
To support our work beyond just watching it, you can engage with it and let Al Gore know how much you like his rhythms and whatnot.
Let Al Gore know how much you like his rhythms. Sweet mother of God. When does his wife come in? Let me just scroll forward a little bit. Actually, let me look. Let me look and see if I can pull up a picture of Evelyn. Let me see if I can. Interesting. What an interesting woman. Interesting. Someone said nonce. That's weird. My pee-pee hard, says the Catholic. Eurocucks are weird, man. Eurocucks are weird. No purple hair to goon to. What's going on here? What are they implying? Oh. She's handsome. Okay. Why would he make a Troon reference? Why would he make a Troon reference? Interesting. Real AGP hours. Interesting. Ah. Okay. His wife is handsome. Okay. I actually almost just pissed myself with that laugh. Fellas, I'm stinky today. Before we get into listening to Scrump Monkey and his wife talk about how they're so far right-wing revolutionary that they're not pro-natalism. I fucking wonder why. I need a 5-minute break before I go into that because I might actually explode right now. Fellas! This is me talking to an out-of-his-mind ortho bro. Takes all kinds, doesn't it? Doesn't it? I think it does. I will be white-black, fellas.
It's all good. Well, welcome to the show, man. You definitely piqued my curiosity with that comment. Well, let me read again what you said to me. You said, bro, I'm down to chat whenever you want. You're an incredibly weird person, like exceptionally weird. I'm also an atheist doing a harsh keto fast alongside the orthos for Lent. I'm currently beyond starving as I type this. I have a mainly religious audience, but the ortho vibes are the strongest. We're currently converting Protestants to ortho in my community. I don't even know where to begin, bro.
All of that's completely true.
I don't know where to begin, though.
I'm not even converting atheists to Orthodox. I have Protestants converting to Orthodoxy in my community.
Mm-hmm.
So I build myself as an atheist, liberal, civic nationalist, okay? And somehow I've built a religious audience.
That's interesting.
But I'm using like the left stuff against them.
Yeah.
Like, liberal is free speech and private property. Liberals don't believe in that, right?
Yeah.
So in the same way that they just morph language, I'm just trying to use these words in a different way against them.
That's interesting. But I mean, I don't believe in free speech either. You know, it's weird. It's when you find yourself, see, civic nationalism, I'm pretty much against. Yep. Liberalism, I'm pretty much against. And, and everything you said, atheism. Yeah, definitely against atheism. So how do you garner an audience? Well, I mean, I've watched. I watched one of your videos after you messaged me, and then I noticed in my history that I've watched another video of yours. I don't remember which one it was, so I was already familiar with you. I found out, but
I'm very critical of the Jays, or as we call them, the Moos.
Okay, we call them. I think we're gonna.
Amish.
We've been calling them Amish, but I think I'm gonna start calling them Tengus.
Okay.
Yeah, because we watched a Japanese documentary, and they're definitely the Tengus. Like this, it's kind of indisputable that they are the Tengu demons that came down from the mountain in 500 AD and ruined Japan and gave Japan demons.
Definitely demons. They're
Yeah,
definitely demons.
Well, so how'd you get there? How'd you get there?
To where?
To know, recognizing that.
I believe in demons, but I don't believe in God.
This is the weirdest thing, and I've heard it my entire life. Why?
Yeah.
What is this? Atheists that don't believe in God but do believe in demons. How you get there, bro?
You see demons before you see God a lot of the time.
Oh, okay. So you feel as though you're on a journey still.
I'm a dog-esque materialist, you know?
Yeah.
So it's what I see, right?
Right.
I really like listening to Jim Bob debunk evolution. That's been really nice.
Yeah. He's great at that. It's kind of his forte. Among other things, we found out he's also the Scorsese of our generation.
How'd you find that out?
On Ortho Thugs today, he mocked me by making an incredible video and just also he gave himself gigantic shoulders. It was the worst. It was the worst.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw the thumbnail anyway.
Yeah, it was a really bad time. I'll be all right, but it was a lot. It was a lot to deal with.
What happened to you? What did his shoulders do to you?
It's not just the shoulders. It was a whole bunch of stuff. See, he said, hey, let's both make like a minute-long silent short, like no words, and we'll play them on Ortho Thugs next week. And I was like, oh, I got this. And I made a little weird thing. And then he's like, hey, do you want to see what I made? Because we thought we weren't going to do a show today. So he sent me what he made and I watched it. And it was freaking, dude, it was Taxi Driver, bro. It was beautiful. And I was like, what the heck? This makes me look like an imbecile. This next to what I made, it just mogs me, bro.
Well, you guys are a good team because you're good with the music stuff. He's good with the visual stuff. He's more animation. He's more visual, but and you're the other.
That's true. That's true. And we're kind of building more and more stuff together. We're trying to go in a direction where eventually we are making movies. Genuinely, we want to topple Hollywood.
Very ambitious, I would say.
Well, you gotta have something to aim for.
Shoot for the stars and land the moon.
Yeah.
What about like a nice 10-minute short on YouTube? Or are you going straight for the 2.5 hour epic?
Well, we already did that. We have Jamicular meets Seth. That's a great that's like a little film.
Now, fellas, I want you to be open-minded here, okay? Just because the man's wife can palm a fucking basketball doesn't mean that she doesn't have important political takes on being against pro-natalism. Let's go into it.
You want to just mute J. Mary in the chat for me? I don't care if he's admin or not. Oh, yes, I'm being facetious. Ooh, just in time, Mr. Mary.
He's got the crab bucket. It's fine. He's Mr. Mary's allowed. He's ready.
Being very crab buckety about it. Yeah. But anyway, no.
We're going to tackle the quite thorny subject of pronatalism and why, in a modern sense, it flatly does not work.
Yes.
Again,
pro-natalism doesn't work. Now, they have this opinion that we need more whites in the West, and pro-natalism doesn't work. Let's be fair. Let's be fair.
A lot of people are going to get mad at us about this. I expect people to get mad at us when we quote unquote counter signal the just have kids narrative. But like most of these babies first conservative narratives, they're wrong. And they're not only wrong in the way you think they're wrong in multiple layers. And many of those multiple layers create counterproductive conditions.
I mean, when it got to the point where like Tory MPs and stuff started tweeting like, just have kids, just have a family. That's all you need. And it's like, that's not really suspicious.
Not just have kids, right? This is what the left does. They try to make it seem like that's your only solution. No, that you would have to begin procreating as soon as possible. So it's a part of it. Wow. All that 100,000 words in the book, and you don't understand that. Interesting.
People.
No, to quickly, pronatalism is a very loose set of ideas.
See, this is what I'm saying. This is the sign of the Eurocuck. Whoever says just have kids. The whole thing about traditionalism and pronatalism is building a community of other Christians who are building families. Wow. You sound like you wrote 100,000 word book, bucko. How'd you figure that out?
Ideas and principles that advocates for higher birth rates in European nations. The claim that managerial governments can use policy to raise birth rates is a popular pro-natalist narrative, but is also one of the most incorrect. We'll have a quick snapshot. I've just got births in England and Wales up. I'll not go down to it, but if you want to double check this, the number for white British births in 2023, which is the last kind of reliable set of numbers we have, was 55%, 53 to 55, depending on whose numbers you believe. And now it is probably about 50%. Births worldwide have dropped massively.
Right. So now remember what he said on Broken Crown. They're not just complaining about problems. They have a solution. Okay. So this is starting out in the wrong direction. We'll see where it goes.
But another metric of this would also be 1 in 3 births in England was to a woman born outside of the UK. We've covered these things before, but these talking points, the failing birth rate in general, and the fact that half the birth rate isn't even ethnically British people at all, is a huge narrative talking point. People do talk about this.
Oh, no, we're going to be a minority by X date. White Britain's a minority in London by X date, or in this region or in this area. And this is, of course, something we should be all concerned about.
We need to talk about talking about the problem, okay? Where did you hear that before? Where have you heard that before?
Yes.
We should all be concerned about this. Let's not beat about in the bush. However, just turning around and telling people go and have kids is not a solution to our demographic crisis.
No.
It is a...
Right. You're supposed to be talking about a revolutionary vanguard, okay? Having kids, you see, this is a new kind of far-right, right-wing thinking where having kids is going to slow you down as a political activist in your pursuit of revolution.
Civic solution. What is an ethnic problem?
Well, it's also that this gets wrapped up in various types of trad, aesthetic lifestyle movements who advocate for what I would consider performative child rearing as a form of right-wing activism. But
performative child grooming as right-wing activism, okay. Even if that's true, they're having more kids, though, right? You might be annoyed by a little. See, it's never perfect enough for them. They always have to deconstruct it and analyze it. Okay, well, they need to be making more kids. So, I mean, sure, you're complaining.
Under the modern egalitarian Equality Act British state, pronatalism would possibly be disastrous because the policies put in place and say, as we'll get into, the most famous case of this is Hungary, and we'll get into Hungary in detail, but the policies wouldn't work here because of our demographics, because of the demographics that are already taking advantage of the child-rearing subsidies in Britain. And yes, there are child-rearing subsidies in Britain. We'll get to those because a lot of this is rebalancing of the welfare state rather than quote-unquote trad and based force the women to have children. There's a lot of fuzziness in what pronatalism actually is, what it entails.
Don't necessarily force the women to have children. Explain to them their historical role in society. Traditionalism, so to speak, right? It's what got us here. It's going back to that. It's not we're not writing a new script over here.
And how you get people to have more children, because it seems that nobody knows how to get people to have more children. And we'll take you through some very surprising examples of things you think would work.
But won't.
Well, it's not that won't, but haven't.
Yes.
And haven't in an extremely...
Just like a leftist, everything that's ever been tried doesn't work with pronatalism. I can't wait to hear the solution. Does it involve butt babies? What's the solution?
Demonstrable manner. We know that a lot of things that a lot of people think intuitively will cause people to have more children do not. But I believe pronatalism in the Hungarian model is a non-starter in Britain without an explicit ethnic priority within the British state itself. That would be the primary thing to establish before quote-unquote pronatalism. Because the question we're going to be asking throughout all of this is very simple. Who is having children? It's like freedom of whom to do what.
Well, why are you asking that question? We know that Western governments are subsidizing non-white people to have kids. This is what James Lindsay does, where he takes a really simple concept and acts like he has to explain it to you in no sort of actual detail. Yeah, we know.
But it's pronatalism for whom?
But before we get there, why is this something that we feel the need to differentiate ourselves from? It has become an adopted position of the centre right, not just in Britain, but globally now, that everyone's got to have more kids because the global population collapse, demographic decline, and fundamentally,
they're positioning people who are pro-natalist as LARPing, as this abomination is wearing some sort of revolutionary hat. They're not LARPing. They're the real deal, okay? People having kids are LARPing. Your kids, your offspring, passing on your genes is a LARP. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you the Eurocuck. King Spectre, $2, thank you. Yeah, another Decepticon with womb envy. Kind of feels like that. Deadpool Kid, DBG! $5, thank you. The traditionalist conservative and his feminine wife. They probably have cat ears too, by the way. Can we agree this is the actual woke right? Because like in order to be woke, you have to be misguided. You can't have any actual workable solutions outside of softly, intuitively prescribing violence, a vanguard revolution. Testing for $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm shocked that two men in a relationship, hey, his white... I'm going to try that again. Testing for $10. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm shocked that two men in a relationship, hey, his wife probably has some good pussy behind her balls. Think giving birth isn't the solution. Shocked, I tell you. I'm also shocked that they're interested highly in the issue of brooming in children. So shocked. We don't know that. Hey, it's for the revolution, man. Okay? You're being a reactionary because you're like getting in the way of the revolution, man. Hagnart, the Viking, $10. Thank you so much. Very much appreciated. The Euro midwit thinks he's so much smarter than the American. He ends up more foolish than an inner city black with his big brain takes. It's the hubris, fellas. I can't express this enough. It is the confidence and the condescension in the elementary school analysis.
the bankers might not be happy if the population starts to dwindle. So fix this. And this is why we spent a whole stream last year basically going over what was quite a lot of bluster from third world countries, pretending that they had hundreds of millions of extra people in the population that they just didn't.
Some of it is for food aid, some of it's for all kinds of things. But yes, population collapse stream, and we'll quickly get to that because that we have tackled.
Hold on. I think we have one in stream right now. Yep, we have a pro-natalist in stream. John Jackson for $10. Thank you so much. Wife and I have our third due in June. Be fruitful, multiply. You're a piece of shit, okay? Your child, according to these Eurocucks, is a LARP. What are you? Oh, they're going to make fun of you, by the way. Oh, they're going to trash you for saying what you just said, just so you know. See, but do you see how I say antisocial atheism, right? These are antisocial positions. And antisocial also means an inability to understand the criticism being afforded to you while you have this ultimately extremely destructive outlook.
Some of these before, and this is not a lifestyle thing because of the fact that it's also come wrapped up in what I would consider the tradlab. But having kids should not be a lifestyle. We'll get into that a bit more later. But to take you through a crash course of
having kids shouldn't be a lifestyle. What do these words mean? Do we see how I'm saying this is the actual woke right? What does that mean? It's not a lifestyle. It actually is a lifestyle. It completely changes your lifestyle. You know what? Beyond a lifestyle, having children is a culture within itself. So I'll put it to you this way. I'm a degenerate. I'm not going to have kids, okay? Trash me all you want. I'm fine with it. I got thick skin. I can take it. But you, in ways, have more in common with a Muslim that has kids, if you're a white person that has kids, than me in certain ways. Because rearing children is in itself its own culture, right? And then how you raise the kid and whatnot. So it's not a lifestyle, all right, having kids.
Also, in retrospect, quite excellent. Now 2 years old population collapse stream. Global fertility has collapsed. It is not just in the West; it is in many other places, especially Asia
we get it
as well.
Oh,
Can
we get it.
Flash back to what you were suggesting for a moment there.
Yes.
That we have got to a point whereby everything is so hyper real that having children is a lifestyle choice.
Everything is so hyper real. Remember when James Lindsay used to talk about the hyper real, right? Everything is so hyper real. This is why I hate the political academics. And this is why I value Fist so much, okay? He doesn't have an ego. He doesn't have any hubris. He's humble. And the motherfucker is just accurate, okay? And if you let him go, he'll keep going. If you let him go. If he's really excited to talk about something. Apparently, that's a very rare, unique characteristic that Fist has. And I'm very fortunate that I found him.
Not
Yes.
just what you do.
Again, it is a failure state, and we'll get onto this failure state as we go through it. But the idea of pronatalism itself, the past was not pronatal. The past just printed children, and we were the fifth.
See, they weren't pronatal, they just had children. Right. So now we have to call it pronatal because of the suicidal left. Yeah. That hard to understand? Right. They didn't have to say pronatalism. It's just how things were. Yep. Things change. As I'm sure they know, things change throughout history, right? And we have to try to adapt and come up with a rhetoric and slogans and whatnot to identify movements in order to bring things back to how they were. Is that difficult for anyone to understand?
And we are now bereft of the water, but we don't seem to know what the water was made of. But it certainly wasn't made of Nietzschean LARPing and tradwife dresses,
Yes.
as we went through last time.
You've got a visualization thing here of it as well. I
Yes,
believe.
this is one we used previously, but this is a global snapshot of fertility. I'll just do this quickly. But it shows you that really outside of a very, 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 very small amount of countries,
Mostly full of blacks.
well, it's Central Africa, basically. It's not even sub-Saharan Africa.
Yeah. Yeah, we know the birth rates are low. And so that's why we're like, okay, things are difficult right now, but things have been more difficult in the past and people still had kids. So myself included nowadays had this phobia of having kids, but I'm an atheist. There's no point in being an atheist in a relationship. Okay. So yeah, you have even Gavin McInnes, who's a civic nationalist, has brought hundreds of babies into the world. He has people call into his show all the time and go, yeah, you told me to stop being a pussy and just have kids, and I'm on my second and third kid, and none of them regret it. They never look back. They go, yeah, I'm glad I started doing this. So I mean that's doing something as opposed to I don't know what their prescription is.
Sub-Saharan Africa has got below South Africa and Zimbabwe have got below replacement level fertility.
But these are all the places that are essentially ex-war zones
Yes.
that are full of Billy Gates's aides.
Yes.
Sorry, Billy Gates's aid.
These are aid client war states.
Deadpool Kid, $2, thank you. At least his wife has long legs. Yeah. That is... Wait until you see the third leg, buddy. Jork Technician, $5, thank you. What sounds more feasible? Arguing with hedonistic consumers or raising successive generations who aren't hedonistic consumers? Well, they're going to address that. They're going to address that. Have you thought about what if it doesn't turn out that way? It's just like James Lindsay, where it's like, you can't do anything because it might not turn out how you want it to turn out. 0, $5, thank you. Artie, Sargon made a great video about how Mongolia solved their birth rate crisis with prestige and civil organizations. You should check it out. Great solutions. Ooh, how long ago did you make that video? I'm very curious to know. Ooh, that might be even good to juxtapose with this video because they hate Sargon because he's playing the game, man, because he's not being antisocial. Smiling Man, $5, thank you. I'm from a family of 6 with an awful mother. I never had cool toys. My mom treated us more like accessories than kids. Modern day, look back on it fondly. Your mother sounds like a narcissist, rather common. And there's a lot of common stories of the Goy, the Gentile, having very broken families. because they don't have any culture at all whatsoever other than consume, which then, of course, the Eurocucks make fun of us for, which we're already demoralized and we already feel like shit. So I need to bark back at them and shame them for having a wife that uses the condom. I'm sorry. Too Troon. I'm sorry, Too Troon. King Spectre for $5. Thank you. Ah, yes, the people having children are LARPing. Of course. Those are the LARPers, Evelyn. Of course. Those are the LARPers. Not Evelyn. Never Evelyn. Neverlyn. Hang of the Viking, $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. V refuses books and making an 18+ game, yet ends up married with a son. Meanwhile, the big brain European rightists are marrying women plus. Yeah, it's a woman plus. You determine where the plus is. Oh Lord, how does this happen? All I wanted to do was have an internet argument. I didn't want to go down this rabbit hole. See, these are the rabbit holes I enjoy going down.
Or that's a complete misstep, because they're not seeing the woods for the trees, as it were. And it's not women's tax bill in the household that's stopping the proliferation of children.
Well, it's just Orban is spending around 5% of GDP on the policies. That money you can't reverse bad trends.
Oh, it's the Ben Bernanke argument.
Yeah. This is to do with, can you financialize yourself out of a birth rate crisis?
Yeah.
And a lot of the pro-natalist thought has not gone beyond the financialized.
You can feel the Marxism in the analysis, because if you bring up the people that are doing it, they're going to say, yeah, but not everyone has access to it. You can feel that, right? You can feel that this is the analysis. Sears site, $5. Fellas, like the stream and follow Artie on the alt platforms. Do you see how bad I am at shilling? Incredible. Thank you very much for that. Also, great advice. Thank you.
Benefit system,
Childcare vouchers.
It's the same thinking. It's the same thinking that the government could make people more educated and could make people smarter by spending more money on education. And if you turn to people and say more education doesn't make people smarter, they'll get angry at you.
Yes.
But money to encourage people to have children doesn't cause them to have children. And we're about to get to that. So,
well, it can cause them to do that. You can provide incentives. It's you don't just give them money and have them have kids. Sure, everything is viewed through a single factor analysis. It is unbelievable.
How successful have these policies been? Well, not particularly.
King Spectre for $5. Thank you. Ah, yes, the Ben Bernanke argument. Yes, quite, yes. Huff, yes. Yes. Ah, we all know the Ben Bernanke argument. Oh, that's been heavily debunked. We all know. Yes.
Hungary Today. This is from March this year, 25th of March, 2025. Survey
6 years into the scheme.
Here we are, 5 years, well, almost 6 years, well, actually more than, because anyway, about 6 years into the pro-natalist experiment in Hungary. Survey sheds light on factors behind lower birth rate. According to Hungarian Central Statistics Office, 77,500 children were born in Hungary in 2024. This is 7,725 fewer than in the previous year, and the lowest annual birth rate recorded in the statistics since 1949. Most of the respondents are aged 26 to 35, married and have a tertiary education. They have at least one child and have 1 or 2 children, with the youngest age 0 to 2. The survey found that many respondents have deviated from their original plans.
Some have fewer children than they originally planned, while others have more children they had previously imagined.
You see, the issue is that it didn't work out perfectly. That's why you can't do it. That's why you can't try it again. Out of all the things to fail repeatedly at and try over and over again, it should be giving people money to have kids. I think if we're going to do that, right? Now, the reason why it didn't work doesn't matter. It's just a single factor analysis. See? For whatever reason, it just didn't work.
Quite a big differential.
Yeah, there's a big one there.
The reason for the negative change are often more financial, work problems, or lack of help. The research showed that birth experience is not a determining factor. 57% of the respondents said that it had not negatively influenced the desire to have children, while 10.7% said that they'd been completely discouraged by a previous, presumably negative birth experience, and 14.6% said that the experience had had a rather negative influence.
So, I mean, this is right-wing agitative propaganda. That's all this is. They're already telling you that they don't want you to be pro-natalism. They just want you to be activists and revolutionaries. I mean, look at her. Look at her picture right there. You know, I love how it's like, you know, he won't show his face, but she's really, you know, she's the pull, right?
So what they're talking about there is the quality of birthing. I presume.
Well, they're
the
saying,
care services.
well, they're saying
the
that
post whatever.
Yeah, 10 to 15% of
Have you noticed how the non-whites don't care about this? They just pump out kids. Have you noticed that? It seems possible to multiply, to be fruitful and multiply. Seems possible. Seems like kind of more of a mindset thing because of the global mooery that we've gone through, the demoralization, and the lack of faith in God, right?
reported negative experiences, but that's far lower than the 57% who had said that
they had fewer kids than they'd planned as a consequence of financial restraints.
Yes.
And the headline figure really.
Fellas, we have a celebrity. King of the one-liners is back. It's academic agent. It's not even agitating anything. If anything, it's apathy-inducing. Apath prop. You'll never take his title.
What it's trying to tell you is the fact that despite all of 5% of GDP being spent on trying to up the fertility rate, it's plummeted to as low as it was in 1949.
Well, here's the numbers. There was a nominal rise in birth rates from the introduction of the policy.
So this is supposed to show how pro-natalism fails. Okay? You should no longer have the sentiment of pro-natalism.
But as we've seen, what has happened is that there is a seasonal cycle in descending. And it's descending.
This is good. My aunt has 5 children and 3 stepchildren. She has used the system to support her family despite both her and her husband working full-time. It can be done by everyone if the will is there. And that's the point of pro-natalism. They're not saying it's easy, right? But it goes hand in hand with Christianity. It's not. They're not saying it's easy to believe in God, okay? We're just saying it's a very strong prescription we have. And if you'd like to hang out with us and hear more about it, we're open to that.
And it's basically down and to below where it was when the scheme started. The numbers are in, and Hungary's birth rate scheme hasn't worked.
Not only has it not worked, it's actually also...
Great question. I don't understand. What is their alternative to having children? I don't know. Butt sex? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Very similar with James Lindsay. I don't get an answer, and I try to research and find an answer, and the answer is never flattering for their cause. They want look at this thing's picture, dude. Look at its picture. They want you to be a revolutionary, which they admit at the end.
Carried with it a conglomerate of sort of deleterious effects, and appears to have actually accelerated the previous trend from before.
No, there was an uptick, and this is what we'll see. You will generally see a short-term uptick and then a return to mean. You will see a behavior become novel, it be encouraged, and I believe that actually catching the zeitgeist is, in my view, is the biggest thing in this, because the Dutch government...
Yes, catching the zeitgeist. What are you guys doing for the zeitgeist of creating more babies?
Did the same experiment. I believe the Danish government did too, in which if you just tell people to have children, there will be a small birth bump, but only a small birth bump. And that really, I think...
Hey, guess what? Guess what happens if you have a small birth bump? You have the potential of making more people, right? We've all seen that picture of, like, you know, a great-grandfather and a great-grandmother, and it shows how they created like 50 people. That was one, right? That's an opportunity.
It is the positive environment has a short-term effect, but you can't encourage people who are in a Western economic environment, as Hungary has become, to have more children because of the existing pressures therein.
The existing pressures therein. Who wants to wager a guess that he's talking about the material conditions of why people can't do it?
We talked about it before, the death of the multi-generational household. The fact that both parents usually have to work.
Yep.
All of these things don't remove the background pressures, which is...
Yeah, you know what they used to have to do is that you'd have a litter of 7 kids and 2 would die. Like, it's all in a vacuum. We're not comparing it to how it used to be.
People are atomized.
I mean, honestly, especially with the welfare system now, just abuse it, dude. My God, you pay into the system, get a reward. Why can't we do that?
They are poorer.
They're
and
without community, and they're without family.
Yes, and they are without means.
Yes.
And that has been the story of the Hungarian pro-natalist experiment. But and the explanation here is very simple. It's that you cannot therapeutize people into wanting to have children.
No, it's the same reason why you put animals in a zoo.
You can therapeutize people into wanting to have children through the church. It's actually, so you can't, there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do to influence a society to want to have a family and have a cohesive community. There's nothing you can do. These guys are far right. Deadpool kid, DBK. I get the feeling they're just sour, not being able to create. Only leech. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you talking about a leftist or these extreme right-wingers over here? These Eurocucks. I can't. The lines are getting blurred. Testing for $2. Thank you. Imagine buying his book and finding out who Evelyn is. The Eurocucks are into it. They got one of the Euro parties. Yeah, with some men are women, so women are men. We don't care. DBK, $2. You two people, we need to set our priorities, right? Hagnar the Viking, $5. Thank you. It's literally just the women. You think Abdul cares about these abstract reasons? No, he tells her to do her duty. Good luck saying this to Stacy. Well, Rachel Wilson can tell you all about the occult of feminism as to how that happened in the West. Testing, $2. Has Spoon ever criticized the trans? Honest question. Yes, all the time, every day, just like James Lindsay. He does not. It's friend-enemy distinction, okay? He doesn't criticize that troon.
Yes.
Like pandas, and you can spend millions on the fanciest new bits of IVF technology, and then the pregnancies just don't come through because they're dying.
The big thing as well is that this would also seem to imply
You can spend millions of dollars on IVF and they just don't come through because they're dying. Isn't this like the Great Reset depopulation? Isn't that what this is?
On the fanciest new bits of IVF technology, and then the pregnancies just don't come through because they're dying.
The big thing as well is that this would also seem to imply that the propaganda effect, the telling people not to have children, only has a nominal impact.
We should say repeal the 19th and then ask Evelyn who she's going to vote for.
It is factors beyond choice, beyond quote-unquote choice environment, and beyond short-term financial and societal and cultural incentives that drive people's behaviors.
Yes, and I think this is the point we're trying to stress. I see people in chats that are saying, oh, well, it's women's attitudes or it's that men don't make enough money. These things are factors that do not help. But what we're trying to get right down to the core of is, can you actually fix this?
Yes.
Because I don't...
Oh, I'm sorry. I said YT is YouTube. That makes way more sense as YT. YPpo. Just say it black. YPpo. I always read YT as YouTube, but now I understand what you're saying. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. John Jackson, $10. Thank you very much. Modernity is a massive selection event. It seems the only ones who will make it through are religious enough to have a high TFR, fellas, TFR, a high fellas, TFR, fellas. I don't know either. And who have a natural phenotypical resilience against leftism. TFR, total fertility rate. Thank you. Who have a high total fertility rate and have a natural phenotypical resilience against leftism. Yes. And, you can be atheist. It's a dicey game, and you can't build a movement on it. Torch of Wyatt, $5. Thank you so much. This is what happens when you try to be right-wing without Christianity. Dude. This is why I call them antisocial atheists. They never, but they're pro-monarchy? But when do they ever talk about religion? Can you really be pro-monarchy and never discuss Christianity? I'm puzzled as to how I'm saying this. Is this opinion anywhere else but through my mouth? King Spectre, $5. Thank you. IVF is part of the problem. It gives women the idea that they can defer their breeding years into their 30s. Oh, instead of getting knocked up at 20. Yeah, but they have a whole life ahead of them. Okay. A whole life of being a fat, smelly whore ahead of them. And you want to take that away from them because you're not a liberal. Theodore McCarthy, $2. Like the stream. That's a very compelling point. And I never thought of it that way.
Don't think in modern society with men and women as they are nowadays that you can. If a government, you think Hungary has got to be in that sort of realm whereby sort of developing enough that they've still got that propensity for sort of teenage pregnancy and whatever else to go on, and yet
Yes.
5% of GDP, and over the space of 5 or 6 years, the fertility rate is fallen.
This again, we tried to remove from people mass thinking. This is not to do with personal choices. This is
They remove from people mass thinking. This has nothing to do with personal choice. That was so Ouroboros, it ate itself. It's Ouroboring, as academic Slater would say.
not to do with cultural factors. People do not choose whether or not to have children. I know it's such a...
You want to try that again? Here, I'll do it again for you. People do not choose to not have children. Okay, just like a leftist, just like a commie, no agency. You have no choice because of your material conditions. You ready? You want that again?
People do not choose whether or not to have children. I know it's such a... people, oh, you're crazy, you're insane. No, people do not choose whether or not they have children. The conditions that to have children are either there.
Oh, he's invoking the material conditions. The material conditions are not there, and thus you have to steal Nikes to buy bread.
Or they aren't. And if they aren't there, people will simply respond to the conditions they find themselves in. And it seems that the conditions of modernity are completely antithetical to...
It's incredible. So we have the kosher centrist in the United States, James Lindsay's, your Konstantin Kissins, Joel Berry's, Seth Dillon's, that are sane, reasonable, rational, but they function as controlled opposition because you can never really get the solution that you need to fix things. Then with the Eurocucks, they are anti-moo, right? But what's the result? What's the result? Having kids is a waste of time. It's not worth it. It's not going to do anything. Still, controlled opposition. What? So you can be an atheist and not be controlled opposition. Criticize the moos and venerate the housewife. Is this difficult? Mind you, venerate the housewife was Proud Boys. That was in the charter for the Proud Boys.
Child rearing, to large households, to multi-generational households, to generational wealth. They are highly destructive to the family. And as such, we find that they tear it apart. But those who have an impulse to maintain the system, those who are kept around to help it survive, i.e. conservative people, do play an important part in being a brake on decline.
Yes. And this is a fundamental thing that we need.
Do you like that? It's just slowing it down. It's not going to fix it. Okay, well, we're going to... Hey, don't fix that leak in the boat. You're only buying us time. Yeah! Kind of all we can do. Stacking up here, $5. These beyond politics geniuses will unironically go, I got it out, guys. We just need something that's never been done before and also a ton of power. But now you can have that opinion, right? It's your hubris and your condescension in your baby's first politics idea is what makes you into a lolcow. Hang of the Viking, $5. Damn, this is what happened to Scrump after the Cyberpunk campaign, don't know what that is, with Sargon, V, and Arch. He's fallen off. Well, I don't know the histories of any of these people, but fellas, I'm an animal. I roll in the mud. I'm a dog. I sniff it out. I let Fist keep me on a leash, okay? Theodore McCarthy, $5, thank you. Janelle's research showed people were choosing when they went to have kids in Western Europe for centuries. Very interesting. See, this is why I don't even try and go into competing research. The amount of time, and then even still, God knows what their cope is going to be, but very good point, I assume.
Yes.
We have to recognize, as I put in one of the essays of the book, and I believe it should be on the screen now.
Yes.
In our age, it is almost impossible to raise your own children.
So now they are quoting their own text right now. Anti-Politics, Volume 1, The Elite. You can get it now. Paperback. Hardcover.
And this is, of course, by design. The same way that the Con Inc. Uberman, who works 60+ hours a week, pays for a mortgage, keeps up with car payments, saves a small fortune to send his children to a prestigious, subverted educational institution held up as the ideal, he also keeps the regime functioning in a way that
You see, you're just keeping the regime functioning, right? Now, this isn't Marxism, okay? They're not telling you to resist capitalism because your participation in capitalism keeps capitalism going. They're not doing that. They're just saying if you have kids, you're still feeding the system more brains, man, just to like go work at the cookie factory and just start cranking out the goy slop. That's all you're doing. That's what your kids are to them. They cannot be my friend. They are my enemy, and I don't have kids. Is the night $5? Thank you. Being an American Oreo means being outer cookie enough to apply for Benny's, 2 European cream filling, and successful to qualify. It's a tough life, buddy. Stolen the Lich for 100 of something I refuse to remember. Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I buy bread with flat screen TVs or electronic appliances or strictly for substances? Dude, I don't know the rules. I'm just trying to keep up, okay? All I'm doing is digitally reporting on the ground, trying to relay this information back to you guys. I don't know what the rules are.
Bio-Leninist patronage and loyalty cannot. We can run around all day going, the libs keep the system in.
At the very least, I love the accent. I can't quite do it. There's something words that just flow off the tongue.
Perpetuation.
Perpetuation.
Kids and they're not working professional careers. It's your conservative given.
Yes.
It's your man of the street who has 2 or 3 kids, sends 1 or 2 of them off to university. It has a van to pay for.
And then they think this is like politically, rhetorically compelling, where they just make up a scenario. You know, that's like the narrative. That's like the storytelling. This is like the factory worker, man. Testing for $2. Bio-Leninist patronage. What a fart huffing nonsense. No, you just don't get it. If you criticize them, you simply don't understand. Who does that sound like? Oh, like James Lindsay.
Tickets to pay for and a house to pay for, and he buys all his missus's clobber through a credit card, and they go on 2 holidays a year, and he's up to his eyeballs in debt.
Yes.
He is perpetuating the whole bubble of credit around him, and in large part, he has to do that to facilitate the children that he's got. And if he doesn't put himself in that kind of debt, he will not be able to have those children. So he has no choice. He is either a frivolous.
It's being positioned like Marxism. You have no choice. It's a binary. You have no choice. There's no in between. And the people that are doing it are lucky or already had the means to do it. This is right-wing Marxism. This is what the woke right would actually be.
You know, what did they call them? Oh God, I can't remember the name. Parents with no kids. You know, he's some frivolous lib who spends his money on frivolities, or he becomes the burden.
Do you hear the disdain and the superiority? Some frivolous lib. Huh. That political anger will turn into activism and turn to revolution.
Conservative man who's up to his eyeballs in debt.
Yes, if you'd like more along that vein, it's in the pinned comment, but you can buy Anti-Politics Volume 1, The Elite.
Yes, please do.
Which has been rather successful, I must say, and thank you to all the people who have already bought it. But it is very important to understand that it is not simply the leftist activists who keep things going. It is most of the people who do not like the system who keep it going.
Notice how to keep it going. To keep the system going, right? They're thinking of everything as a system. Very far right thinking over here. Harley hell, mate! John Jackson for $50. Thank you so much. My Duderino. My little doody-doo. Fellas, it's happened. We officially have a Chad of the Chat.
Now the Chad does what the Chad wants, and no one is stopping him because Chad does what Chad wants.
Absolutely incredible. John Jackson, $50. Here's more support for the channel. You're an atheist without kids, but you're pushing young guys towards God and family instead of bitterness. This is correct. And I can use my history, my epistemology. I can talk to people that have had very degenerate lives, like very easily. I know I say degenerate to you guys. My bar for degeneracy is so unbelievably fucking high with what I've been through, where I feel a responsibility to utilize that high tolerance of not getting offended and not turning away and engaging with a person. Because I've been surrounded by these people for a long time. And now I understand how it happened. And so now I understand what to do. So Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. Very solid compliment. Hanger the Viking, $5. I want Andrew Wilson to debate these people. They are LARPers, not true. Right? They're not going to do that. They're just as bad as the TPUSA gals. I love how Andrew Wilson points out the conservative female feminists. Oh, I stop what I'm doing to watch those every time. He put that on my radar. And then it's hard to unsee once you see it. Thank you so much, fellas.
Jordan Peterson runs around telling you to have kids, not because that's going to pull the system down, but it's going to put the brakes ever so slightly on decline.
Well, there's something.
So do you see how they don't want to put the brakes on decline? They want you in the worst conditions imaginable for their revolution.
Else, another great example of this, which is Decree 770, which was a decree by the communist Romanian government in 1967, which banned abortion and many forms of birth control in an effort to raise the Romanian.
Come on, Artie. How much degen have you witnessed? Please share. Well, there's a man that works in government who's gay, and I worked with him when I was a videographer. And he was gay, and I thought gay guys are funny. Talking to gay guys, it was hilarious to me because my bar is very high for degen stuff. And I think the second day I met him, he showed me him on his back getting throat fucked.
Birth rate. This was a very drastic pro-natal intervention by a command Soviet state. This is as hard as you can go into know you will have children with a managerial state.
They always go back to the managerial state. Artie, what did you have to film? Oh, you know, very nice Libby stuff. It was about education and how our education system needs to be fixed, and I did a short documentary on a youth drop-in shelter with a bunch of homeless youths. I've seen behind the curtain, fellas. It's an awful game, and I decided I did not want to play that game.
Because, as we all know, communism is just a tightly controlled form of managerialism. It is just FDR for Slavs in a more totalizing sense. That is what happens.
See, now I want you to realize this too. Gamma JK was a heel in the chat during the Mentis Wave video, right? And I engaged with him, I interacted with him. I didn't tell him to leave, I didn't ban him. Look at him now. I worked with a gay guy who informed all of us he currently had semen dripping from him at work. Fellas. Fellas. That's a good one. That's a hilarious one. Testing, $2. They brought up grooming again. I'm shocked. Yeah.
And some of the stuff that's in here is a little bit shit Libby. We've got a bit of a study we want to look at as well. But there are bits of the raw data and the raw trends I think have to be pulled out because it's too interesting not to look at.
Well, we have a report here. It's called, but this is simply called Children of the Decree, How the Romanian Abortion Ban Affected Labour Market Success and Health. And we see the operative chart is here, where we see of what's pretty that chart there. And this is basically what we've talked about before, and that this is in the Federal Reserve, but this is the same in many countries. In the single men, and single women have had their wages normalized. In fact, single women in many age groups make the same amount of money as single men. And as the age goes, up, it does level out. But you can see that married women, and single men actually have very, very similar wages.
But I think part of the thing here, though, is that it's a simple question.
Yes.
If women are in a economically viable situation into their 30s, and it is only then the average man starts to earn more than her because of seniority at some sort of job, then they're thinking about having kids in their 30s. And that's, shall we say, suboptimal.
Yeah, that is suboptimal to think about having kids in your 30s. Yeah, but you can still do it, right? And things are so bad that we might even take risks. You know, we see stand-up comedians having kids in their 40s. So yeah, there's probably going to be a degree of having kids later on and a higher chance of birth defects. Yeah, it's up to those individuals if they want to take on that task, and we encourage them to do so as safely as possible. Was that difficult? Was that like am I going crazy? That just seems really obvious to me.
Yes, it also, what you should really be doing is taxing being single. But even that won't work.
Yes.
What it is there's a
nothing will work
here. In there aren't incentive structures you can create that are redistributive that will create pro-natalist conditions. Because what you're doing is you're not doing pronatalism, you're messing with your welfare state.
Yes.
And it really is the welfare stateizing of pronatalism that is its main downfall. They could only
The welfare stateizing of pronatalism. He's trying to be a James Lindsay. Dude. You don't have to make everything an ism or an ising, okay? You don't have to make everything its own confined ideology.
think in liberal managerial terms. Again, when applied ethnically, agnostically, in Britain it would be a disaster, as child benefit has been. We'll get on to child benefit in a little bit.
Can we go back to the previous document? I'd just like to have a look at
Double down syndrome. Love it.
the conclusion from page 39 on that.
Yes,
Because
yes,
I think there is some shit libbery here.
Oh, some shit libbery.
I think there was a
That's not cool. All right? Some shit libbery. That isn't cool. Eating out your wife's dick? It's the revolution, fellas.
couple of interesting points we can pick out for our own purposes. Chapter 6, Conclusions. The paper estimated the effect of the Romanian abortion ban on labour market and health outcomes.
Oh, excellent. Excellent, fellas. We venerate John Jackson. Our midwife has 8 kids. Had our last one in her 40s, all healthy. I know it's anecdotal, but health of the parents is generally the factor, not the age. Age is just a shorthand for health. Wow. Did you guys get a load of this pro-natalist over here? Imagine that. Imagine if I just discounted that or dismissed that, right? And now, let me just exhibit some discernment right now. He wants more people. And he's saying that age, you just typically have more health impairments when you're older. Now, that may or may not be true, okay? But it's something to think about, right? That's it. It can be so easy. Why is everyone so mad? I don't know, dude. Why are they so antisocial and angry? Hagnow Viking, $2, thank you. That woman plus can't be a wife. Whoa, dude. Hey, it's 2026 and this is the far right. Come on. Come on. Be a progressive rightist. They're progressive rightists.
Comes of children born after the policy change. On average, women born after the ban earn less than those before. Children of both sexes born after the ban had a higher chance of being unemployed or out of the labour force as adults than children born.
Oh, wow. Conclusions. A higher chance of being, oh, yeah, let's go with the study. Yeah, okay. Oh, wow. Right. The left doesn't do this at all. Just clings to a study.
Prior to the policy change. Moreover, the analysis shows that they also smoke more and have a higher proportion of physical or mentally handicapped. A surprising and inexplicable result is that there are significantly fewer people suffering from chronic diseases among those born after the policy change. Additionally, I provide evidence that crowding in schools due to the large increase in birth rate right after the abortion ban resulted in a higher unemployment of men. So there's a couple of subtle points there straight away about the fact that...
And fellas, this is what I mean by discernment, okay? Obviously, you would talk to a doctor. Phoenician, age matters a lot. If she started having kids in her 20s, then she literally saves good quality eggs by not having a cycle for 10 months per birth. First at 40 is way different than 8th at 40. And this is how we have everyone take things into consideration. And it can all be that easy if you're not like insecure and pissed off all the time. Dude, I can't imagine living like that.
One, this isn't actually necessarily a eugenic policy because the managerial state can't fill in the gap.
Yeah.
But what I find more important on the second paragraph here, this paper gives further confirmation.
It's so funny because if Phoenician and John Jackson, like they could easily have like an hour-long conversation with each other that's respectful and they kind of go back and forth. That conversation already happened in my head.
Of the negative effect of abortion bans. Again, shit libbery, I know, but think for a moment. It strengthens the already prevalent recommendation of researchers that every country should think twice before deciding to restrict abortions for the purpose of raising population growth. Now, we could go and we could pick apart the methodology of this paper, and maybe it's not a perfect conclusion I've got, but I think the fact that they are turning round and saying actually further restrictions on contraceptives not create a lasting reverse in the trends of fertility is deeply important, because it means when people turn...
So this is just hyper-focusing on difficulties and things that might not turn out well with having kids, right?
Around with these one-stop shop fixes for this stuff, that what they're probably talking about is nonsense.
Well, it does have an effect. I believe cultural perception of that has an effect. It all does. I'm not saying that banning abortion would not have an effect. It clearly did, even in this case. But what you that long-term behavioral changes adapt for it, and that within a modern state, the main factor for pregnancies is not merely access to abortion. The slaughter of the babes narrative isn't true. It is true in that abortions happen and they're tragic, and that it is a bizarre failure state of our society that we encourage them in such a way, but it isn't what is keeping people from having children.
I think we could almost more fairly say
Yeah, so like this is someone makes a good point in chat about Sargon's video. This is why Sargon's Mongolian video is good. He focuses on successes there. Yeah, so this is when you have like this Marxist leftist perspective, which is the negative is the truth, right?
abortion is another one of these measures that's actually put brakes on the decline a little bit.
A little bit. Well, I think it's partially agnostic in the.
Good question. It's not true, but it is true. What is he on? He's on some gawk is what he's on. This guy and his wife wrote a book about politics, okay? They know what's going on politically. You just don't get it because you're dumb.
This seems to indicate that abortion bans and pro-natalism in the negative kind of stick sense create a situation where the underclass is breeding far more than those who are middle class are.
Yes.
Because access to abortions isn't the middle class concern when having children. It isn't the professional class's concern when having. The professional class are very unlikely to have abortions.
They're thinking about trust funds.
Well, they're thinking about yields and bond yields even. They're not thinking about them, but they are very, very, very susceptible to them. Even in somewhere like Romania, they're very susceptible to the managerial middle. They have to be put in conditions where they will voluntarily have children, and simply banning abortion and contraception doesn't do this.
No.
Real quick, fellas, is this the video that you are referencing very quickly? Was it like 10 months ago? How Mongolia solved the fertility crisis? Yeah? Excellent. What do you say after this? We watch that. That's a good audible to pull. Also, Nomos blocked me for calling him Muhammad. Yeah, he blocked me too. And he had no argument. That's why I was like, who is this Lindsayite type of man that I had? And I dug a little bit and I found more and then I found more. And then here we are.
Because what happens as well is all of these children are then basically become the burden of the managerial state, which you know to be an inherently dysgenic sort of beast, as it were.
Yes.
So you are having more kids under a condition that can only take care of so many and do it so poorly. So we just end up with this.
Did you guys know that nowadays there's more, in some ways, there's more barriers to having children, but in other ways, with medical advancements, there's not as many barriers as there used to be back in history. Did you guys realize that?
Massive dysgenic effect on top.
Well, the child benefits bill is actually.
Sears site, $5. Thank you. Are these two lads the death butterflies Lindsay spoke of? I think so. I really think so.
Dropping because the birth rate's been dropping. But the UK still spends a huge amount of money on child benefits. And it is, most in the Southeast, it just shows here, but we do have a very large amount of spending to make sure that people can look after families. And people don't see this as a pro-natalist push. It kind of is. It does encourage a certain class of person to have children.
I would pause it in a roundabout way. I think one of the first things you could do to stop foreign-born people having children in Britain is to scrap child benefits.
Yes,
because it's there really to.
Genius idea. I mean, wouldn't the genius idea to be to give it to white people? Let's help no one have kids. This is how fatalistic is this? What part of this is right wing and not left wing? I don't understand. Like, there are no right wingers in the UK. It's incredible. No wonder why Fist is so miserable there.
Perpetuate them more than it is us.
It created a class of professional single mothers. Child benefit greatly favors single mothers. That's what the Viktor Orban Hungarian system tried to make sure wasn't happening. But it didn't work. It's benefits families already on benefits, and again, it seems to be a method of underclass creation. If you're having to rely on state aid to have children, you probably shouldn't be having children.
Now, fellas, can we agree that as a whole, we, in a way, have a consequentialist attitude in terms of having children, right? Because obviously, what the pro-natalists will hear is the conditions are never good enough. There's this, this, and this. There's this, this, and this. This can go wrong. This can go wrong. Yeah, it'll work. Retarded people have kids. Literally, retarded people have kids. I think you'll find a way to do it. You make it work, or you die. You'll be fine. It'll work.
Can't afford children, and the policy may change. There's all kinds of things like that. But I think the crux of it is, if you have to receive state aid to have children, you shouldn't be having children, and that's what this seems to bear.
Yeah, but if you have to have state aid to have children, then that's what it is, right? This is just a fundamental difference. These aughts, their ought is the conditions have to be perfect for you to have a kid. The ought of the pro-natalist is, well, you have to have a kid, so if the conditions aren't perfect, well, you still have to have a kid.
Now, the welfare state is quite largely dysgenic. The question, will the right people have children, is
dysgenic. Dysgenic. Absolutely incredible. The people that won't procreate, see, this is LARPing. They don't give a shit about genes. They're not perpetuating their genes. And that's why I don't act like I care so much about perpetuating genes. I'm not perpetuating mine. But these are the people that act like they care so much about a pure white British person. This is the guy that invokes the UK is whiter, okay? This guy cares about whiteness somehow, but you don't want to make more white people, but they got to be perfect white people if you're going to make white people. It's right-wing Marxism.
Not able to be asked. It is clear welfare encourages underclasses, as we talked about, to reproduce, and discourages those who the value to pay from these schemes is extracted for. That's what the thread we read earlier highlighted as well.
Oh, that's the classical step and Molyneux on that.
It is
straight point.
Pro-natalism via the redistributive state is nonsense, because the redistributive state is inherently anti-natal.
The redistributive state is inherently anti-natal. Okay, so then what is their whole... how are they such good friends with the monarchists? These people never actually talk about politics with each other. Can we agree on that? It's just like the fucking communists that act like they know what they're talking about to each other, and then under a modicum of questioning, neither of them actually fucking believe in anything. Now I'm getting mad.
Moving money away from productive men
to the lower.
And basically it becomes another subsidy for women.
Yes.
It is once again another subsidy for women. The other thing that people don't want to talk about when they talk about trying to
is it your wife's balls?
Women. The other thing that people don't want to talk about when they talk about trying to
is the last baby boom we had in the
West. It's trying to boost birth rates, is the fact that we already had a white baby boom. There was a generation.
Yes, we did have a white baby boom. And think of the level of collusion, resources, and coordination that went into intentionally reversing our demographics. Do you guys know about that? Right? Are you going to leave that out of the conversation?
Of white children born to a group of people who were far more based than parents are today. They were called the baby boomers, and they cast their based parents as the villains in their pro-mass government morality play instilled in them from childhood by the post-war managerial education system. This is one I like. I'm afraid this is a bit of a dick move from me when people go like, pro-natally, the propaganda.
Oh, no. No. Dick move by you? No. Your wife's dick moves. You're fine.
Foaming at the just have kids mouth. And it's just like, well, okay, these pro-natalist policies don't work. Hungarian example didn't work. Romanian example didn't work. Child benefit creates a class of professional single mothers.
Transformers, perverts in disguise.
But if we somehow could create this vaunted white baby boom in Britain, it wouldn't do any good either.
Because you just create another class of retards.
Yeah, if your enemies are in charge, then they will be the ones who educate your children. They will grow up in their society. And so you end up with the boomers. The boomers are the white baby boom. They are the white future, or they were when they were born. And look at what they turned into.
You see how nothing ever works. It's just like listening to a communist. It's never going to work. So then what do? Oh, we're getting close to a solution right now. We have to be, right?
This is the boomers are the greatest example that your quote unquote white children from your based family can and will be turned against you, and that you are simply printing more useful people for the managerial state who are engaging in human inflationism.
This is a pivotal point. There needs to be a distinction between Zoomers Anchor baby Zoomers are lumped in with white Zoomers, and it messes up all the stats. Also, when the Eurocucks just say Americans. Oh, yeah, dude. LaQuisha and Jim Bob, those are the same guys, right? These generalizations have their place, but you can't, like, die on the hill of a generalization. That's what a midwit does. What do we got? What do we got? Oh, boy. I believe we are here. Hang on, the Viking. Became a YouTube member. Well, if you like hearing me criticize black people, go to the last 3 videos. Literally, it's me criticizing black people throughout the years. It's almost like a yearbook, but it's me criticizing black people. Theodore McCarthy, $10. Thank you so much. This is specifically classical liberalism. Hence their mistrust of the state. The Anglo-Saxon world has been plagued by the classical liberals and right-wing drag for 200 years. Oh, and right-wing drag is just absolutely perfect. Right-wing drag. Oh, I like that. Solomon the Lich for 100 of currency that you need to survive. When is Scrump's husband going to explain the secrets of the spark? He should know something about it. Or do we have to wait until the next episode of Transformers? Perverts in disguise. Airboy, $5. Thank you. Black girlfriend playing Sims 3 and watching reality TV, and I'm watching this in a ball game. I bet on the same room. Who's more autistic? God bless. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. Get it. Vibe. Find your peace. Exist. Decide your next move. Very happy for you. I miss black pussy. Sorry, white nationalists. Ancient? Hybrid. $2. It's just Doomer BS. Yeah, but they're Eurocucks, so they're like very highfalutin about, oh, you think it's Doomer BS? Well, have you read a 100,000 word book? I didn't think you did. John Jackson, $10. Thank you so much, my dude. Demographics is destiny. Also, don't have kids. It's an incoherent political position. Enemy. Cyberchud, what's up, boy? $5. Even if you have kids, they'll just be turned against you. It's pointless. Despair. This is what they're saying. And they're stroking their wives' dicks about it. That's the most annoying part. Be as dumb as you want, right? Don't act like that. But if you write a book about how fucking stupid you are, I'm YouTube commentary before anything, okay? They're forcing my hand. It's forced doctrine.
My major problem with the just have kids argument, it is more human inflationism. It is more mass and scale. It is more social incentives. It is more managerialism. Yeah.
It's a backstop. When people
say managerialism again.
Boom, central bankers get itchy fingers and can take liberties with monetary policy. Population booms create short deflationary pressures which allow for massive government spending to be soaked up in inflation statistics and GDP because all of a sudden they're spread across more people. Just like immigration.
Yeah. But even more succinctly, these children become white managerial fodder. They become another part of the reign of quantity.
Yes.
They become folded in.
Well, not if you raise them properly, right? This is why you can homeschool your kids. This is the whole point. Having a stay-at-home wife. Also, let's not forget, the Wilsons are Orthodox, and still Rachel Wilson is a published author. So it's that you have your duties first, and then you can do. They're missing any sort of actual like commentary on right-wing lifestyles. Phoenician, always good to see you, my dude. $5. Optimism, white pills. Take actions to make your world better, and it will be so. Courage and faith, brothers. That's why there is Fist in second in command, and Phoenician is third in command. The man is doing everything that he can do. Christos, $5, thank you. Even if you have kids, your son might become someone's. Christos for $5. Even if you have kids, your son might become someone's wife. It's because his wife is a fucking troon. That was the joke. Sorry, too troon.
Into mass and scale. They become, the boomers are the conservative given. They are the conservative given manifest.
And this is before we even get into the conversation of diets,
Yes.
average heart health, miscegenation. Well, we could go on. Or
Miscegenation. What do you even care about that? The level of LARP that they go through. This is why I'm saying it's like James Lindsay. It's not that they're guilty of what they're accusing other people of. It's the level at which they are guilty. Like, it's way more than they need.
let's quite frankly, if even half of these statistics used to get bandied about on Twitter about 1 in 5 of Gen Z are gay. Now, I think that's a crock of shit.
As do I.
But let's say for a moment that's true. What do you do about that?
What do you do?
And I think this is fundamentally
Aye.
the problem, is that I can think of what the solution for that is.
Hey.
Human race either struggles or it dies.
Don't you love that? Wow, we have material conditions and then we have struggle. Interesting. Wow, novel concepts that we've never heard from the woke right.
Yes.
And I think that there is no...
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I just saw this right now. Sorry. I'm only one man. I'm going to be addressing those right now. Sorry about that.
Oh, there are no other options here. You struggle or you die.
Oh,
And I
nothing's
think when people
loading
get
in the
to
Rumble
realm of
chat.
thinking the
That's
fact
why.
that all you have to do is engage in some tax reform and all.
Oh,
of a
there
sudden
we
the
go.
fertility rate will bump up by 0.2.
Sorry about that. She was clogged up. Let me do my super special fancy way of showing this on screen to try and be as accommodating as I can. Think that worked. Hey, it did. From the Rumble chat, meme flag, $5. Thank you. Artie, thanks to you, Fist, and chat, I went to Divine Liturgy today for the first time. Please consider going. You've saved so many. Please save yourself. We love you, brother. Bruh. In case you couldn't tell, homeboy up above, he's got plans for me, dude, okay? I mean, do you think... Thank you, but I understand what you're saying, okay? But I think what is going on here? What is going on here? Hello, fellas. There we go. Where'd I go? Hey, there I am. Fellas, you can, like, I know, I get it. I know, I get it, okay? But do you think, there's no other way to say this, do you think it's in his plan for you to have to tell me that? Right? Think of what I'm doing and how unique it is and how well it's working, okay? Everything's gonna be fine. I assure you, okay? Everything's gonna be fine. I'm doing something here. I'm gonna be okay. We're all gonna be doing really well. Don't worry about it. Trust me. I talked to the guy, okay? I don't want to... I talked to the guy. He let me know everything's going to be going really well, okay?
Therefore, that means we're back. Is it, you're not thinking about this in terms of struggle or die.
Well, it's just, pro-natalism is backwards thinking. As I said, the past...
Pro-natalism is backwards thinking. This is like listening to leftists talk about capitalism right now. This is everything. They're trying to queer being right-wing. It's right-wing drag.
Wasn't pro-natalist. People just had children.
Yeah, you're trying to impute the results of a world out of what we've got before us, which isn't that world.
Now, I will get this about this. I will pack the sign again. This is not a lifestyle. The idea that you can performatively have children, that you create this child-obsessed, tee-hee, doily, trad...
Child-obsessed. Child? Now, does it feel familiar? Does the left ever say that you're just obsessed? When you advocate for something, you're obsessed. When you turn your kink into a marriage, well, then you're just the far right, apparently.
wife dress world in which people just think about having children is ridiculous. You are imposing your mental landscape on the past. This is not how people had children. This is not why people had children. And by the way, having children is normal. It does not make you better than people, and it certainly doesn't make you part of the fight back. Because people go, well, I'm having one.
The fight back. You exist. See, they make fun of GDP and number go up, number go down, but you are just a variable to them that either fights back or doesn't. And what is fights back? They don't know because they're ideologues, because they're Eurocucks.
Children, and you're not doing anything. It's like, well, congratulations, you've given birth to some baby boomers, basically. You've given birth to, spin the wheel, some more children of the managerial state.
I mean,
are you in power? Do you have the...
Do you hear the scorn, the insecurity, the jealousy in their voices? With no solution in sight.
Again, and as you've talked about before, the financial means to home educate people as well are great. So you have to be at least upper middle class. You have to have a large amount.
The financial means to home educate people. Do you know how expensive childcare is? Are you out of your mind? You can save money staying at home. My word. They are doing things that cost money. And even if it costs a little more, guess what? It's your fucking wife around the kid instead of a Ugandan woman.
Out of time, it's really people describing their hobby.
And you're
this
probably
is not,
and you're probably not doing that until you're well into your 20s.
Oh, TVP laying down the heat. Oh, this is. Thank you. I really shouldn't have shown this, and I should have taken all the credit for myself. I'm gonna have to use this. I've come to the conclusion that Scrump is right-wing dev. They both love Troons. He's right-wing dev. Oh. Ooh, they make fun of dev all the time, and he's right-wing dev. Oh, no! I can't make a baby be born, but I can make jokes be born.
Not 30s.
Yes.
And that's why it's embarrassing. You get some guy who's got like a Punisher t-shirt on and a beard and like those fucking glasses with a funny lens.
I'm sorry. What was that?
Until you're well into your 20s, if not 30s.
Yes.
And that's why it's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Look at the size of those hands. Look at the hand to the face. Look at how giant the head is because it's trying to look like a lady. So it tries to be as skinny as humanly possible to look like a lady. But look at how giant the head is. Embarrassing. I don't know if I would use that word coming from that body.
You get some guy who's got like a Punisher t-shirt on and a beard and like those fucking glasses with the funny lenses on them.
The jaw of a Russian powerlifter.
I've just been rolling around in my garden with my 4 kids, Anon. What did you do today? It's like, you're not a revolutionary. You're a normal.
I don't have that. Show chat what Scrump looks like. I don't know what Scrump looks like. That wasn't included in the docket today. I don't have that.
Fucking man.
Keep
it to yourself.
Where do I get that from?
Having children is not taking political action.
It's being normal.
If you sit there and you think...
Now, do we hear the commie influence right here? Having children is not political action.
Again, having children is not taking political action.
Having children is not taking political action. Yes, it is. Yeah, actually, it really is when you think about it. Then you have an actual investment in your country. Then it changes everything once you have kids. Then you become political because you have to protect them. And you can't just protect them with violence. Second Legend, $2. Gross domestic product. Is that his wife's pet name? Dude, he's such a fucking sniper.
It's being normal.
If you sit there and you think that I am winning because I have had white children, you are deluded. And we've shown you how. One, this is not a societal-wide thing that you're instilling in people. You are simply performing your own hobby. And two...
Simply performing your own hobby.
At best, you're giving birth to more baby boomers. And people will spit and they...
The best thing that you're going to do is give birth to another baby boomer. This is what... Now, I hope I'm selling you on how these people cannot be a political friend and that they are political enemies. I hope my discernment is showing to be correct, where these are enemies.
Will cry and they will piss and they will moan, but pronatalism doesn't work. Performative child rearing is awful, brain rot, life.
Where is it? I will break you, he says before pinning Scrump to the bed. Dude, what? Well, we can't make fun. Really? Do you want to live in a world where you can't make fun of this? Really? We're supposed to take this completely seriously.
Style LARP, slop, and the last white baby boom turned into the fucking baby boomers. So give your head a wobble if you sit there and think, well, you just need to have kids.
Yeah, give your head a wobble. Yeah. I bet you give your wife's head a wobble when it's in your throat.
No. What you're doing is you're promoting your lifestyle. You do not live in reality if you are a militant pronatalist who thinks that the solution is birth rates alone.
Well, not either that or your reality.
No one's saying birth rates alone, buddy. But it needs to happen. The only way it has to be a part of the strategy. I would say it has to be at the forefront of the strategy.
Very shallow.
Yes.
But
this is a problem of governance, a problem of our entire civilizational setup. You cannot simply put a trad wife dress on managerialism and have more children. And, or I put it another way, have children worth having. No, how do you prevent your hypothetical baby boom just being the baby boomers?
yes, I mean, I have sort of tried to keep my tongue in my own mouth at times when people say some of this stuff, but I do want to turn around to them and go, this is a grand plan you've got here, but what happens when you turn around and your kids hate you?
Yes.
I mean, but anyway, this is a problem we can't solve.
No.
I think more people should be talking about it, and we might get closer to something. We can't solve this. However, I think what I can do towards the end here is at least give you some different ways to think about it.
Well, like I say, we are pro-natalists in that we.
Oh God, they were on Academic Agent 2 weeks ago.
The very fact that people think having children is doing something is a sign that society is completely sick, and that in a sane society, people wouldn't be capable of thinking like that because having children would be normal. But anyway, go on.
Yes, being more.
Fellas, how the fuck do you want me to feel about Academic Agent? What do you want me to do? My hands are tied over here, okay? What the fuck would you like me to do with Academic Agent? What do you want me to do? Huh? I can't do a whole lot. I can't sweep for him. You really put me in a tough position over here.
Or radical. Pro-natalism is now a safe spot for conning commentators. They get to play up to the demographic fears of those on the further right, whilst implicit.
Here's the issue. Here's the issue, Bobby B, if that is your real name. I want you to have your own opinion, even if it's I don't care in any regard. I always can find a way to have an opinion while knowing virtually nothing about what I'm talking about. I'm dangerous.
Supporting all the line go up priors of liberal democracy.
Don't forget personal choice.
Because more kids means more schools, means more jobs, means more GDP, means
Line
more debt.
go up. We must stop line going down.
So to me, I must admit, I think there is very little utility for us to be garnered by adopting publicly a pro-natal stance.
Okay. Was that incoherent?
Up. We must stop line going down.
So to me, I must admit, I think there is very
little
utility.
I think there is very little utility
for us to be garnered by
adopting publicly. I think there is very little utility for us to be garnered by adopting publicly
a pro-natal stance.
A pro-natal stance. That was the quickest way you could say that. Oh my God, dude.
Rather, I think by juxtaposing conning support with it, with our much more reactionary and much more important positions on mass and scale, we differentiate ourselves distinctly from the new.
Fellas, I understand. I understand what you're saying. King Spectre, $2. Evelyn legit looks like Ivan Drago. Sorry, that wasn't very professional of me. John Jackson, $5. Thank you so much. Adding to the polity isn't political. It's just word games. And it's the ultimate LARP. Theodore McCarthy, $2. Have to get up early, signing off. Night, fellows. Theodore, Mr. McCarthy, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for your contributions. Had another Viking, $5. Thank you. I need a Sargon video so that I don't blackpill on European thing. Dude, look at the title of the stream. Okay? You think you've had enough. I want you to burn this into your brain. So then, when I go crazy on them in the future, you go, no, trust me, I already has a point. These people.
New safe ground made within the Overton.
Yes.
I'm now stepping out of the Overton window.
Excuse me, we are talking to you from outside of the Overton window.
And I want to make this as personal as I can, to be honest. And there's going to be
Oh, how personal are you going to make it?
unknown irony, I'm sure, about this coming from.
Okay. What do you think this is referencing here?
I want to make this as personal as I can, to be honest. And there's going to be unknown irony, I'm sure, about this coming
There's going to be unknown irony
from me of all people.
coming from me of all people. I think the irony is well documented.
We are talking to you from outside of the Overton window.
And I want to make this as personal as I can, to be honest. And there's going to be unknown irony, I'm sure, about this coming from me of all people. But it's simple. Choice for you, the listener, is to decide what is right for you. Are you satisfied in life by the day-to-day?
This is agitative propaganda. This is making it seem like it's up to... Oh, yeah, they propagandize you for fucking 45 minutes. And then they're like, you know what? But we're going to have a lib take right now and say it's up to you.
Work, parenting, and good. You don't have to be an activist.
No.
And for the sake of your own, you probably shouldn't be. When push comes to shove, who would put their own ideology before their own progeny? Further to this, who would even in this day and age be right to ask this of any man?
Yeah.
And this is a conversation.
What right do you have to ask any man to defend his political stance if they come for your kids?
I will be quite frank about it. I've had with people before. They turn around and they try and belittle me because of who I am and what I do. And I've turned around and said, well, that's all very well and good. How long is this activism that you engage with going to carry on when police at the door, your ideas, or your children?
Yes.
I don't know a single person involved in any of this political stuff we do that would do that. I'm glad I don't know anyone like that.
Mm-hmm. The point is, just bearing more kids into the PSYOP isn't an auto fix. Who said it was? Can you show me who said that? I would love to know. And also, they are belaboring that point for 45 minutes. Now, I would... Okay, here. Guys, it's not just as easy as having more kids, okay? There's a lot of obstacles in the way of having kids, and there's a lot of people that want to have kids where they don't feel like they're going to be good enough parents or provide for those kids. Do you see how that conversation would go? And I can also say that just bearing more kids in the PSYOP isn't an auto fix. I feel like we're really ignoring a lot of other things that they said. Sure, they will say that that's the point that they're making. I think they have very much belabored the point. And they've gone beyond just saying that and said many other things. Are you going to address how they called out the woke being put away and called Trump being cycled in? I don't exactly understand what to address there. I don't know what that's referencing necessarily.
Because if I did know somewhat of that, I would find them concerning because they would be a
The devil is in the details, Army. I'm literally against the consent of my own audience, dragging us through the fucking details right now. Actually, the devil is in the details. I'm actually dragging my community through this video, even though they don't want to watch it. So when you say the devil is in the details, what details are we referencing when we are saying that? Because I'm putting my audience through pain to show them everything in context right now to what they're saying. Seems like it's not enough, though. So I just don't know what I need to show people to express something that apparently I'm concealing, allegedly, possibly.
Political actor on a scale that I think would even off-put us. And I think that's what we're trying to get to the brass tacks of here.
You can't. Revolutionaries are very rarely family men.
Well, it's not even.
So what details of theirs have I addressed other than nitpicking? When did you come in? When did you start? How long ago did you start watching the stream? Because this person is in my community and their community. And as I was saying, I don't want anyone to make a choice, but like, when did you start watching this stream? I'm getting one guide again. Well, I mean, this is a person that's been in my community for a while. I just want to know, like, what details of theirs have I addressed other than... So, someone in my community who's also in their community is now saying that I'm nitpicking. Now, I want us to notice what exactly... So I'm just nitpicking. So, I mean, no matter what I say, feels like it'll be called nitpicking. I don't know when. I'm almost 3 hours into the stream right now. This person's from my community. So, I mean, they would have to think that either I always just nitpick and that's all my content is, or I'm handling this differently. It's the only way I can interpret that. I would just love to know when they started watching the stream.
And necessarily just that. I think it goes to show the type of thinking you have to have in mind to even see out of the frame and understand the problem for what it is. If you're just going to look at it and think, well, if everyone had 3 kids instead of 2, then we'd have loads more white people and it'd all be great. No. At least scratch your fucking brain cells together.
Well, again,
something better.
as we've been...
Yeah, sorry if I'm nitpicking, but, just scratch your brain cells together. There's a lot to chew on there.
Even if you could achieve the apparently impossible and create your hypothetical miracle world white baby boom, then, again, you still don't solve the problem. I actually think, very good, James Murray there. Yes, just because properly aligned societies have plenty of kids doesn't mean having plenty of kids will bring about a properly aligned society.
People always be getting the
properly aligned. Someone said it's like, it's a form of Gnosticism. Properly, the correct way.
Cause and effect backwards.
Yes, it is top down. All things flow from above. All things are downstream of power.
And I think...
Death Takes. When did you start watching the stream? Did you say it and I didn't see it?
There's a further point to this as well. We need to be the people that are unapologetically comfortable with a shrinking world.
Yes.
When someone from the ARC conference or national conservatism or the new culture form or something goes, oh no, we're running out of children and there's going to be less, people go, good.
Oh no, we're having less children. Oh no. Now, I don't want to be nitpicking. I want to take that in good faith. So about 30 minutes ago or so. Okay. Well, so you did miss the first 2.5 hours. So fair enough. So, okay. I'm going to reserve judgment. I'm not going to go back and restart. This is like the perfect time to tell me to go back and restart it. I'm just nitpicking. I find it peculiar that you're in my community. And so do you think that I normally nitpick, or right now I'm just nitpicking with them? Do I normally nitpick and it's okay because you normally agree with me, and now I'm nitpicking, but it's not okay because you don't agree with me? Or do I normally not nitpick and normally my criticisms are valid, but all of a sudden now you assume I'm nitpicking? Does that question make sense?
It's what we want. We want better people, not more people.
No one has ever bothered to ask themselves that, yes, no, do you really need 70 million people in Britain? Does there even need to be 40 million people? Does there need to be 10 million people?
Okay, so I don't mean to nitpick, but it sounds like we're saying how many people do we need, and they're telling people to not reproduce. Okay? No, that's straw manning. They're not telling people to not reproduce. They're just against the pro-natalist stance because it doesn't work. Also, they don't say what people should do in place of not being pro-natalist to have more kids. Is that substantial? Is that nitpicking? And they're saying we don't even know how many people we need. Do we need 70 million, 40 million, 10 million? So my criticism is it feels very much like Marxist terminology in the right wing. It's what it feels like, seems like. And I've shown it over the past few hours, possibly while you've been here. I don't know now how to have a criticism that's not considered nitpicking.
Mass and scale is never debated. We are never able to ask ourselves, are our populations shrinking because they need to? And
yeah, maybe our populations need to be shrinking. Am I interpreting that in bad faith?
You know, the use of justification, the whole immigration debate, well, the whole immigration, the whole pro-natalist and immigration debate are both predicated
on the same priors.
Yes, on the same managerial mass and scale.
Interesting. Feels like. Oh, good. Huh. Oh, passive aggressive. All right.
Prior, which is line must always go up. What if the last 100 years of population was an abject aberration and we must reset to mean, otherwise we will exist in shit world where people are these awful, dysgenic, interchangeable economic units, and mass and scale has ruined humanity. It has ruined it through inflating it in the same way you ruin a currency by printing money.
But I think that's actually, that's probably the most important point we should maybe round off on here, which is, for all the great arguments you can give against immigration, you support the priors of the pro-natalist case. You have destroyed any of your arguments against immigration because you have fundamentally agreed with the frame. And you've accepted that frame. Well, we do need more people, but it should be white people. Oh, well, you're just a racist then. Just screw the whole frame.
Yeah.
Screw the whole idea.
Well, it's all just, it should be inherent to what you're doing. There's no point being pro-natalist. You should be pro-functional European society.
Yeah, don't be pro-natalist. Be pro-functional European society. Number go up. Am I not interpreting? How am I supposed to interpret that? Like, what? I'm not getting a whole lot to go on.
And all of these things that people advocate for as their pet little issues were normal, neutral, uncontroversial. They were the water of functioning non-managerial European society. The old world took things we desperately grasp at for granted. And yet we seem to think that we can move through like a social sense, through policy, through governance, through the levers of power.
Right. So I'm going to interpret this as what? Okay. We can't go through bureaucracy and we can't vote. And they're not telling us what else we can do. This is what the left does. It just means revolution. They literally use the word revolution.
It is this filter that everybody seems to be unable to move out of, that they must think in terms of not only mass and scale, but they must think in terms.
Hey, man, are you nitpicking for a solution over here? Come on. Quit nitpicking and asking for a solution.
Of mass and scale via central managerial action. And they also have to think that their own normal everyday actions imbue them with a sense of purpose, that they are not having children, they are the protagonists.
Well, someone's nailed it in chat there. Think of pro-natalism as a trad cargo cult.
Basically, yeah.
Pro-natalism is a trad cargo cult?
Yes, it's okay, but why? Having children to what end?
No, that's what he's saying, though.
It's someone from my community that's also in their community and says that I'm nitpicking when I'm dragging you guys through this video. That's wild. That is wild.
Yeah. It's also, again, it is this, a lot of it does boil down to the fact that people think that this is a lifestyle choice, though. That people think that being right-wing.
People think, okay, what am I supposed to do? Death Cakes, if you're still here. What am I supposed to do with this sentence right here?
To the fact that people think that this is a lifestyle choice, though. That people think that being right-wing is a lifestyle.
And I think
people think that right-wing is being a lifestyle. What do I do with my nitpickers So being right wing isn't a lifestyle. What do I do with that?
Again, it is this. A lot of it does boil down to the fact that people think that this is a lifestyle choice, though. That people think that being right wing is a lifestyle.
And I think that's only going to get worse over the next few years.
Yes.
I think if they carry on with the way they're going,
We're almost done, fellas. We almost got Sargon after a rip and a piss. John Jackson, thank you so much for $10. These people don't and will never get it. Having children alone is not the solution, but having kids is still a large part of the solution. Having kids is the largest part of the solution because having kids is the only solution. Okay. I'll go a step further. It's not a large part of the solution. How do you do it without the having of kids? It's the largest part of the solution. And when something's the largest part of the it makes me talk to people like they're in fucking kindergarten. That's what kills me about it. Hey, another Viking, thank you so much for $5. Do they think they're going to be the intellectual vanguard for a Leninist-style rightist future? What's the actual goal they have? Yeah. Right. Wow. I can't believe you would nitpick like that. Imagine that. Imagine you've sat here and suffered through 3 hours of what I've been talking about. For someone to come in 2.5 hours in, imagine that. Imagine you're in class and someone just comes in the middle of class. What are you guys talking about? Well, I guess, hold on. Maybe read the room first. Understand what we've gone through. I've put you guys through psychic damage. Testing for $5, thank you. Feels like doesn't mean feeling, Seth takes. It means it gives the implication of Spoon does this very language trick. Are you his sock puppet? Well, that's the thing. Just to come in and go, you're nitpicking. Bro, you've been in my chat for like months now. All of a sudden I've changed. It's a habit I have. All of a sudden I change all the time. I'm not clear in my communication. I'm very hidden when I say things. Stock Academics Legend for $2. Think of eating as a sort of survival cargo. Yeah, dude. Hey, quit nitpicking. You think that's funny? Really? Just gonna make fun of it, huh? Really? Think that's funny? Just gonna sit there, big old fudge dragon in the urinal? Think that's funny?
like all the Tommy Skinner, Ant Middleton, everything's actually like the 2000s, and it's a little bit based and edgy around the corners. That's gonna get so much worse.
Worse.
I'm sorry, but it's gonna get really, really.
It's gonna get so much worse. I can do the worse. It's the rest of the words that are tough.
Really fucking insufferable.
Sorry. Me, sorry. 3 hours in. I'm getting one guide. I look like I need to go through puberty. It's not easy being me, okay? It's very difficult to be me. Let's try it out. Let's try it out. Meme flag, $1. I don't know much about chicks, but this guy's wife has a nice Adam's apple. Fair enough. List the night, $1. Thank you. Revolutionaries are almost never family men. Also, the preamble to the Constitution states explicitly the revolution was to extend the colonies' liberty to their posterity, i.e. their families. It's like how James Lindsay interprets things, right? Oh, I need to figure out a meta for that. There we go. Thank you, fellas. Thanks for hanging in there. Appreciate it. And I guess while we're here, John Jackson, $5. I'm up for the night. Good stream. Like always. God bless. Thank you so much. You have been a star of the chat tonight. Thank you for your very warm, affectionate words. Very much appreciated. Thank you.
It'll be Bonnie Blue on GB News telling you how she's become a born again fucking whatever, and she's had 20 kids, and because she's done that, she's rediscovered city and traditionalism, and it's all okay now.
Well, it's also fundamentally pro-natalism and just have kids is a belief in people power. It is a belief in bottom-up action. It is a belief in
a bottom-up action. Do you see everything either top down or bottom up? It's not a belief in people power. It's a belief in individual power connecting with other cohesive communities' power.
grassroots effort that can change the world. It is also a belief that the managerial state is all-powerful, that whatever
All right, fellas, we got 4 minutes for a solution. Here we go.
the managerial state throws money at will happen. People are used to that because of mass immigration and all of these things that the managerial state has seemed to be able to achieve. But with infinite resources, the managerial state cannot raise the birth rate. And we're seeing, again, the Soviet example, the example here.
Right, the state can't raise the birth rate. The people have to do it through people power, right? I mean, they kind of answered it right there.
Here in Romania, it doesn't work. The managerial state is not all-powerful, and that is its problem. We don't advocate for this idea of all-powerful government that you can manifest in reality through governance and policy. You can't. And people who think that a
Power bottom action.
pro-natalist model could work in America in the Hungarian model, or work in the UK in the Hungarian model. One, it just doesn't work. The numbers don't bear it out. And two, it is a matter of imagination. All they can think about is the omnipotent state. It is the power of the managers to shape reality. But these people cannot shape reality. We don't hate them.
Well, so Blue Lick, this is what they. So you're saying this in a positive way. They're saying this in a negative way because just like communists, you're still perpetuating the system. It just slows the decline, doesn't fix it. They're just complaining about how it doesn't fix it while they have no solutions.
Them because they're all powerful. We
just
hate them. No, it's like we hate them actually because they're not powerful enough.
Yeah.
They are weak men with large swords who cannot wield them. That's how they work.
A weak man with a large sword. You look in the mirror.
If these people were actually as gods, if they could wave their hands and bring us more children, if they could choose to fix these problems, then they would be a lot better. We'd be a lot better off than we are. People think that this is all done via choice. They think that overnight the managerial state could choose.
What people are you talking about? Anyways, fellas, I normally end it here, but this is my day to sin. I'm going to keep going. I don't care how many people are here. I'm just going to keep hanging out, and I'm going to get a little bit of silly sauce. Give me 5 minutes. I'm going to be back, and I don't give a shit. We are now in the I don't care territory, and we're just going to wing it a little bit, you know? What if I can do 4, 5, 6 hours? People do longer streams, right? I'm going to try and get a second wind. Where is it? Oh no, I replaced it. Oh no! Oh, what a dreadful bother! Oh, hold on 1 second. Oh, where is this video that I have to put up there? Let's shred, fellas, but I gotta empty my fucking tank! Actually, I'll put this up. This really cracked me up, and I want to just put something out quick. Oh, yeah. We're going to have a fat piss. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Jim Bob did a 9-hour stream, right? I'm used to doing 3 hours. I had things prepared. Now I don't. Don't care who's here. Just going to riff, hang with chat a little bit. I need more XP doing that instead of having to have everything so prepared. So join me in this journey. Please give me 5 minutes.
Streaming from the back of a surveillance ice cream truck, you are tuned to The Sam Hyde Show. Prepare yourself for a roommate dispute that required NATO intervention.
Hi. You're about to watch a Sam Hyde Show interview with Tyler Oliveira. Now, Tyler recently got into a little bit of a tizzy, you might call it. He's a tizzy-centric gentleman. He's always getting into tizzies here and there. This time with the Jews. Now, this interview, for context, was filmed several weeks ago, so that topic doesn't come up. If you want to support Tyler, make sure you go to tylerraw.com. That's tylerraw.com? Is that the website? tylerraw.com.
Guys, we're here with Tyler Oliveira. He's on Twitter right now. He's blowing up. Tell us about his India trip. What's going on?
Let's start from the beginning. So about a year ago, I saw a video on Twitter. It's a pretty infamous low-res video of a bunch of Indians throwing these spheres of poop in the air, flying almost like a war scene. They have this celebration called Goraba, where over the course of 6 months, they collect cow poop, store it in the village in various mounds, little mountains of cow poop. At the end of Diwali, they have this cow poop ready to be used as ammunition for this sort of war scenario.
It's like a food fight.
Exactly.
It's play. It's primal. It's primal play.
It is
the way our ancestors used to play.
So there's this god Bireshwara Swami.
I'm familiar.
I'm butchering this, but he is a manifestation of Shiva, the god of destruction and regeneration. Stay with me. In order to recreate his birthing ritual, apparently, they have all this poop stored and ready to smear themselves in it and throw it at each other at the end of the year, basically, or at the end of Diwali, after Diwali.
They're saving all the shit from the cows.
Literally.
Okay.
Yeah, throwing
For a
cows.
big shit fight.
Correct.
Okay.
Like, they're really hospitable guys.
They look nice and like they're really happy. I mean, the one thing is that there were like about 2 or 3 women in the whole video.
I was going to bring that up. You'll notice it's only shirtless men in there.
Right.
So the women have the dishonor of not being able to play in the poop.
But even before the poopy play, like just walking around the village, there were not any women walking around the village.
They were actually collecting a lot of the shit for the festival.
Oh.
I know not all of you knew about this place or this festival in the first place.
Don't kill Tyler.
Please do not kill me. I'm a good guy with an even bigger heart. I really just wanted to immerse myself in the festival.
I remember at the end of the video, you came out barefoot too. You had no shoes on in that poop pile. That was the most brutal aspect, the most brutal detail.
That was against my will. Yeah, so they fed me water. They gave me water. They were very hospitable in that sense, but I liquefied the shit in my teeth and drank it unknowingly. Where do we want to go with this poop discussion? The rabbit hole goes deep, Sam. I'm going to be honest. The rabbit hole goes really deep.
Does it go deeper? What else is there?
There's demons.
There's a lot of dimensions to this if you want to explore it. Are you ready?
Okay.
All right. Leading up to this festival, first and foremost, I met a guy, a very nice villager, who told me if you consume cow poop in small amounts, it serves as cancer prevention. So he picked up some raw poop off the ground, formed it into a ball, took a little piece, and ate it right then and there. He was in a yellow hazmat suit. He just danced away, went in the car, threw up, and just commiserated alone. This poop, do we want to go down the poop rabbit
cures
hole?
cancer.
Yes.
If you eat it.
So,
duh.
Every day.
Of course, right?
Duh.
Many rural Indians were rubbing themselves in cow poop to cure themselves of COVID-19.
Yep.
Doctors at the time were like, don't do this because obviously you're not going to cure COVID-19 by rubbing yourselves in cow poop.
Yep.
But a lot of the rural villagers were doing that.
Okay.
In addition to that, that's just kind of a one-off COVID phenomenon. Fun fact.
Yeah, that was a trend.
Yeah, it's just a trend, like those Tide Pods or whatever, right? In addition to that, it's historically been used as an insulating element inside the homes. So they'll rub the inside of the walls with the cow poop to insulate the homes and to ward off insects.
Doesn't that attract insects?
This is real.
Don't flies like poop?
See, that's what I was thinking, right? The only instance I've seen flies just come out of thin air is when they attract themselves to poop, right? But in this case, they're telling me it's insect repellent.
You say poop in a funny way.
Yeah, poop.
Poop?
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I got starstruck because I watched the documentary and the way you said poop.
Yeah.
Poop. And you said it in person. I was like, that's the guy. That's the guy.
Several doctors signed a petition basically arguing to not pursue this research.
Wait,
and
here's
I think
the headquarters, by the way, of the science and technology.
Yo, come on, man. They're doctors and engineers. Slow down.
It's like a Dr. Seuss world. They smear the poop on the walls. They eat the
Dr.
poop.
Seuss, that is a funny way to think about it.
It's bizarre.
Zippity zoop. I'm wiping some poop.
So obviously not every Indian's doing this, right?
Is that obvious? I don't know. Yeah, it looks nice. It looks like a coconut. Now, this is a nice poop festival. You can bring your family to one of these.
This is America.
Now, this is the kind of poop that I want to be playing with. This is where I want to go to play with poop. Just a chip.
What was the first example?
Bag of chips.
Woodstock.
A stinky
so
black person.
Comparing Indians to a bunch of people on drugs.
Why are you laughing, Ryan?
I'm not.
They're fighting for their pension right now. They want us to suffer. You're 40 years old?
I'm 28, but what was I saying, right? Oh.
Well, I guess there's a generational difference, right? You're gearing up for retirement. I'm just
I'm a
starting out.
Zoomer, man. I don't know what you're talking about. Getting ready for retirement. I'm totally broke. What are you talking about?
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I could retire tomorrow.
That is Lakshmi.
She's sort of the sexual. Is
No.
there a sexual?
No.
Does consort mean sex?
No.
What does consort mean?
means like wife or partner.
So it's a sex thing.
Perhaps.
Okay.
We haven't explored that
So
deeply.
Lakshmi, she's got 4 hands. Well, okay.
I'm going to explain it to you. You have an open mind?
If you're in seriousness, no, but go ahead.
I desire to interview people like Sam Hyde so much. Oh, his honesty in this interview is poetic. Now, they don't like Sargon of Akkad. Sargon man bad. So let's see what a pro-natalist position sounds like. See if it sounds a little more coherent.
I spoke at the Natalist Conference in Austin, Texas, and I gave a speech which I entitled The Ideology of the Margins, the Unpaid Wages of Child Rearing. And in this speech, I talked about how, through ideology, the West has made being a mother a low-status occupation. And this is actually a really, really, really bad thing for the continuation of our civilization. If we want to have a civilization in the future, well, people have to turn
I believe I said venerate the housewife.
up for it. We can't replace it with marginal issues such as homosexuals, transsexuals, or immigrants, because these groups do not reproduce our civilization. They either don't reproduce anything or they reproduce something else. And so we have to take this very, very seriously. And I say this as someone who has a family and has reproduced significantly.
That first point is already more than that 45-minute video. King Spectre, $5. Thank you so much. Weak men with a large sword. Flashbacks to that Lindsay video. Yeah, wow. There's a couple of jokes there. Last remembered, sir. $5. Thank you. Maybe it's because I'm half Asian, but I'm getting pennies. Pennies envy from that guy's wife. Don't we all? Some randomness poo. $10. Thank you so much. Europe is like a bad character trope of mooching everything, but has unearned ego for doing nothing. Also, perfect opportunity for me to restate my goal to Belgium. It won't let me say nuke normally. Ay, Dios mío. Thank you, fellas.
So I know what I'm talking about on this. And this was very, very well received. And it was particularly well delivered, if I may say so myself, if I could, because I watched it back, because you never know how these things are when you're in the middle of them. But I watched it back and I was like, wow, that was really good. Don't mind me blowing my own trumpet. But I'm not a great public speaker, but I think I did a really good job on this. And the argument, I think, is really, really sound. And what I said at the end is essentially the marginal issues have to go back to the margins. They have to just be something that is a niche occupation.
Yes. Back to the margins. What about all these small reasons to not do it? Yeah.
For certain people. And we've seen, in fact, in the transgender issue in Britain, the what is a woman question, the videos that I've done on it have been mainly focused around access to certain bathrooms, because that seems to be the majority of the context and the majority of the substance of the actual issue of the definition of woman in the United Kingdom. Who gets to access certain bathrooms? Now that's a very niche issue. That's a very, very, very small scale niche concern of very few people in the country. And what I'm hoping that this Supreme Court ruling means is that particular issue goes back to the margins. We don't need to continue discussing it now. The question is resolved in favor of the majority, who are the people who reproduce our civilization going into the future. So these are the people whose concerns, if the majority, the reproductive majority, want to have a civilization in a certain way and not another.
Oh, well, what they would say is you didn't used to have to say a reproductive majority. Right. Now we do.
Another way. Well, I'm sorry.
These are the words that we use to talk about what's going on now.
Sorry, but the unreproductive minority just have to give way on this. It's just the way it has to be.
Yes, I am the unreproductive minority, and I am giving way on this. Absolutely.
And what I said at the end of this is that we are going to need a natalist ideology going forward into the future. One wasn't needed in prior eras because there was a lack of birth control and the civilization itself.
He is addressing what they're saying. It's like they never listened to the pro-natalist argument.
Was formatted around families. I mean, you may remember from, if you're anywhere near my age, you remember how familial our civilization felt and how family friendly everywhere.
In neighborhoods, absolutely. That neighborhood feeling is gone now. The feeling of a neighborhood and somebody else's mother saying that you shouldn't do something. You know, not co-parenting, community parenting. But they didn't have to have these conversations with each other. It was accepted that this is how you're supposed to behave in the neighborhood.
It was expected that families would come with their kids to practically anything, unless it was something that was deliberately for adults only. Everything was child friendly. And now virtually nothing is. It seems that our civilization has completely marginalized families, which of course puts it in people's mind that
marginalized. Marginalized. Yes, that's what that word means. I've shown it before, and I'll show it again. To marginalize a marginalized people relegated to an unimportant or powerless position within a society or group. So, straight, white, Christian men have been marginalized. That's what that means. We don't talk about that enough. They act like they're marginalized while they are the loudest voices, oddly enough.
They shouldn't have families because families therefore are a kind of low status burden. And that is an ideological position. And we will need a pro-natalist ideology to reformat things back to how they used to be. I'll leave a link in the description to this because this is about 20 minutes long. And I like I said, I genuinely think it's one of my best speeches and one of my best arguments. I'm very pleased with how it came out because, like I said, at the time you don't know how it's going. But anyway, the reason that I'm doing this is not just to blow my own trumpet. I saw this from Wei Wu on Twitter this morning, and this is she has an argument here that is essentially the proof that my.
It is also incredible he's using Wei Wu as a serious platform for the ideas he's about to talk about. That's hilarious.
Argument is correct, and she has a case study. So she says, I know how to solve the fertility problem in all the Western countries. Ban promiscuity. I'm going to use nicer language than she does. She says, people say fertility is so low because raising a child is inexpensive. If I give people money, then people make more child. This is not true. Sorry, if give people more money than people, her English isn't great. Finland, Estonia, Italy, Japan, and Australia all try this. Still not work. Still no child. Hungary also have a raft of pro-natalist policies based in economics, and they have had a minor bump, but it hasn't gone very far. I think Ceausescu did something like this in.
That was their big ace in the hole, where it didn't work, and he's like, okay, well, I'm a pro-natalist, and so for some reason it didn't work, so let's go a little bit deeper.
Communist Romania, where they just banned birth control, and there was a bump in fertility rates, but then they just started importing illegal foreign birth control, and the fertility rates went down. So I think what she's driving at here is that it has to be about how the women feel about having children. It has to be that they want to have children.
Very true. Very quickly. Meme flag for $5 in Rumble. Thank you. Rumble Tards want a stream restart, not because we're late, but because we're slow. Fair enough. What's the night? $1, thank you. Scrump and his wife having kids is a bottom-up action of weak men that accomplishes nothing. Like arrows in the hands of a warrior are children born in one's youth. Psalms 127, 4 or 5. God, Scrump. Thank you for that.
Because otherwise they will find ways not to have children. And so, okay, well, what can we do to persuade them? Well, she says, I'm a woman I know how women think. Women not care about reality. We care about emotion. What gives most feel good emotion? I love.
He has to. It's actually hitting on such a good point, but he still has to read it.
I love the pigeon English. Attention and social status. Now, this is a point that I made in my speech. Being a mother cannot be allowed to be low social status. Being a mother has to come with many, many, many social privileges, social recognition. She says, right now, the West has a culture that makes promiscuous women famous. Regular girl sees this and thinks, okay, I'm going to go and be a promiscuous woman. Now, you can, what the two girls who are like, I'm going to sleep with 100 men in a day and things like this, that's the apex of this kind of culture, right? Now, if they're promiscuous, they may never be a mother, and if they have a child, they'll raise the baby to become a bad adult. The Mongolian government knows the fact that women most value attention and social status. Even though Mongolia's GDP is growing fast, the fertility rate has not decreased like all other countries. It has actually increased. How do they do that? Well, Mongolians celebrate when a woman becomes a mother. They build statues for
ceremonies. I mean, like how the Moos have bar mitzvahs, celebrating how a 13-year-old is now a man. Vex, $5, thank you. Wasn't all that just a repackaged version of the message that has been spread around already? Don't have children. I mean, that's the end point of it. There was no solution there. Oddly enough, we have Sargon here giving us a pathway just to a discussion for a solution, possibly.
Mothers, they have special days for recognition for mothers. They give awards to mothers. All of this has one goal: give women social status and attention for becoming mothers. Young
Mongolia
girls see this, and now they want to quickly find a good man so they can become mothers. Now look at the West. The most famous woman is Kim Kardashian. I don't know how famous Kim Kardashian is now, but
yeah, something ceremonial helps for meaning. It's not, it's pivotal. A ceremony. This is why they make fun of Americans. We don't have actual meaningful ceremonies. And that's why people tell you to go to divine liturgy. Every week, you are going to a meaningful ceremony. Wow. See? Yeah. Right? We don't really, you get a day off. That's just like celebrating something. It's not like a meaningful ceremony. It's actually the backbone of building the culture.
OnlyFans. OnlyFans is the worst kind of incentive away from women choosing to become mothers and instead becoming promiscuous. She is rich and always on TV. Also, many girls on OnlyFans make money to be famous. Yes, that's true. Young girls see them. Now they find pervert man so they can do the same thing. Very few girls become mothers. If the West wants to survive, we must all be Mongolia. Reject promiscuity, accept mother. Say no. There's more, but anyway, you're welcome to Mongolia for this proud wisdom. So I thought, okay, well, I'll look it up. And as you can see, she's got the picture of the statue of mothers in Mongolia. And it does seem to be the case that Mongolia's economic growth is staggering, especially compared to Britain's economic growth, which is something like 0.1%, if that. Mongolia's last year was 4.9%. This year it's projected to be 6.6%. And she is right to say that economic growth usually correlates with a decline in the birth rates, but that hasn't happened in Mongolia. It seems that Mongolia's total fertility rate, it has dropped slightly, but in 2020 it was 2.9.
2.9, 2.7. That's putting up Hall of Fame numbers nowadays, okay?
And in 2022, it was 2.7. So that's still really, really high for a country that is experiencing a surge of economic growth. And that is a really, really good point, because it is true.
Oddly enough, did they include that? Did, what is his name? Scrump and what? Devin? What's his name? What's his wife's name? Greg? Daryl. What was his wife's name? Is his wife's name what? Bartholomew? What the hell was it? It's a guy. Whatever it is, it's a guy. But did they cover that?
They have the Order of Maternal Glory medal that is awarded. In fact, there are several distinctions to it, apparently. You've got first class, which is awarded, and I love that they can make this competitive, right? It's like, okay, you get a medal. Oh, well, great. Every mother gets a medal. But no, competitive now. So first class, awarded to mothers who have 6 or more children, and second class, awarded to mothers who have 4 or 5 children. So my wife would get the second class one. She is still asking me for another baby, and it's like, no, darling, no. The 2 younger ones we have now are just more than enough hassle, and I'm just too old for another baby.
See, fair enough, right? See how he's too old for another baby. Now, the pro-natalist perspective, from my standpoint, would be, there's younger fellas in the audience and whatnot, and I want them to hear over and over again that I'm too old, right? And this is what the Christian fellas try to impart onto fertile men nowadays. You're going to keep hearing that there's so many reasons to not do it. And then you're going to get to a certain age, and then all of a sudden, when you're at a certain age, you're kind of too old to do certain things that you should have already been doing. But 2's good, especially for his contribution in the culture and politically. 2's great. I mean, he has a good point. He also wants to be there for his kids, and he, spends a lot of his time doing this with his career and whatnot. So, I mean, 2's fair. 2's great. For him, absolutely.
But anyway, so the point is, they do.
He has 4 kids. What? Sargon has 4 kids? I thought he has 2. He said 2 is more than enough, doesn't he?
Have this, and again, this is a social status issue. This is, I do think, the majority, the problem of the fertility rate is a social status issue, and I bet there are certain social honors that are awarded having second and
my 2 youngest. Thank you, fellas. Oh, she has 4 kids, and she wants a film. Yeah, wow. Your boy Sargon over here doesn't care what anyone says because he lays down the pipe.
First class medals of honor for mothers. And why wouldn't we want this? Why wouldn't we want to give our mothers medals of honor? Because, I mean, I think our mothers do a great job, generally. My mother did a bloody brilliant job, I think. And I see all these other women doing just really hard work.
Yeah, that would make you want to be a mother. Social incentives. We see the perverse social incentives for atheism, communism, protesting, activism, like our 2 rightist revolutionary friends that we just watched. We don't have positive social incentives in society. That would be the step. And to venerate the housewife.
Raising their families. And obviously, I don't want to leave fathers out in the cold here, but let's focus.
I'm so sorry. Henry Leslie Graham. Rhetorically defective. You're never too old. I exist because my father was willing to have a kid at age 46. Yeah, and look how you turned out. Like I said, I'm sorry. I apologize for that. It's not appropriate at all.
Particularly on the mother's note. Why not make motherhood a noble, honorable, and high status, I can't say profession because it's not a profession, high status occupation again? Our civilization was clearly better when we gave motherhood the position of high status, when we gave social honors to mothers.
Now, okay, this is what really frustrates me about the United States. We can do this locally. This actually should be started locally, and this can spread. This would be right-wing activism, right? Like they should do this in the South, where I'm assuming you can do this. But you want to know what? You want to know what the Mudeo-Christianity, they would be like, oh no, we can't do that, right? Would that be pride? Would that go against orthodoxy? Because the South ain't orthodox. So, I mean, oh, well, no, that's a sense of pride. We always have to hang our heads low and not be proud of our women. In the United States, we have states that have different cannabis laws, okay? And if we really cared about a solution, we have enough data in the country for to show if a lot of these things work, right? So this would be implemented locally, and in the same way that the left takes over town halls and whatnot, there would be districts where you could do this. It would take a fella in that district that has some people on the same page and whatnot, understand this concept, understand this idea, and you have an annual whatever that is, right? Maybe the first year it's not competitive. This would have to be essentially decentralized. You would have to know your own people in order to do this. This is honestly, you want to know what I'm doing right now? This is Saul Alinsky, what I'm doing to you. Just so you know, if it sounds good, this is the moo talking right now. He went into black neighborhoods and he gave them the idea of what to do, but he always said, but you are your own people and you have to make these decisions, right? Now, obviously, with Christianity, there's going to be more enforcement, so to speak, and not just, randomness. But yeah, that's how you would implement this at a local level. And then you also forget about what's going on nationally because you have an actual community. Now, this would be cohesion, right? So you could do this in New Hampshire. There's places in New Hampshire, townships. It's the word I'm looking for in New Hampshire. You got Montana, Wyoming. We got a lot of states and a lot of areas that could implement this that just haven't thought of it and don't understand why they would. But a lot of them understand that something's wrong and they don't know what to do about it. So that would actually be right-wing activism, is implementing this. And I think the only roadblock would be the Moo's version of Christianity. Would that be against orthodoxy to venerate the woman like that and give her a medal? I don't know what the parameters are. I had to default to the religious fellas. But I'm cooking something up here for an actual prescription.
Our civilization was just in a better condition because, and it's hard to believe, but women used to be the lifeblood of society. They used to run actual clubs, charities and local.
This might sound sarcastic. I don't think it is, but I completely agree with it. Listen, it obviously worked to a point. If we subsume it into our more virtuous way of behaving, then it's great. I actually believe that. I fully, in my heart, believe that.
Organizations and institutions in local communities. Well, if they're all in the workplace, they can't do that anymore.
We already venerate mothers. Ever heard of Mary, Queen of Heaven?
The concerned mothers of the world have no way of actually expressing their own agency because they aren't mothers and they aren't working in the social realm. They are now working for corporations and churning.
Now there's two choices in life, fellas. That choice is his actual speech that he was very proud of. Or the troons talking. Yeah, they're both troons to me. Or the troons talking to academic agent. Okay? Should I put a poll in the chat? Let's see. Here we go. You have to understand something. I need you to believe me when I say this. Do you know how badly? Because I'm the monarch, right? And this is a democracy right now. That I ignore your votes and do whatever I want anyway. All right? Now, that's not the liberal I am. This is a liberal monarchy. But thinking about it, that sounds funny. But it's actually really rude to you're all choosing to be here and watch this with me if I just wasted your time. Sounds funny. I know how I can possibly integrate both. We'll at least see which one to start with. What do you talk about? What do you even talk about? What do you talk about that's so great? What do you talk about that's so great? That is absolutely incredible. Now here's me, all right? I told you I have a high threshold for degeneracy, okay? I didn't see it talk, though. That would be interesting. I haven't watched their faces talk. That would be interesting. This is the guy that's telling me, hey, do I have it? Yeah. Hey, come on. The UK's whiter, less mutilated, has lower per capita crime. These are all facts. Hey, dude, your wife has a fucking cock. That's also a fact. You pussy. This wouldn't be fun by myself. Okay. How you on the Viking? $10. Democracy is cringe. Let me bribe or lobby you to show us AA and the Woman Plus interview, because I want chat to remember democracy is the god that failed. Right? Or it's a rigged election. Oh no. Everyone's going rogue in the chat now. It went from Carl's speech to like 75%. It's kind of chat's going rogue. Now Carl's speech is at 52%. 53%. Look at that. Wow. Carl's speech. It's I honestly, I might just do a juxtaposition, right? Dude, Aramaic discourse for $2. I'm so jealous I can't insult right now. This fucking idiot gives up fucking making fun of people for Lent. This fucking moron over here, okay? I am his conduit. He needs to watch me make fun of people because he gave it up for Lent like a fucking idiot. I just think it's really funny to like insult you because you can't insult other. That's the joke, right? That's the joke. Wow. You're a braver man than me. People think I'm doing an extreme fast by only eating at 10 p.m. every day. The giving up, making fun of, I don't know, man. I'd be sinning inside my head every second of the day. That would be a tough one. Heck, another Viking, $2. Thank you so much. I found midnight ballots break out the F curve. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The old Biden F curve. All right. We got Carl's speech at 57%. I feel like I can integrate both of these things, possibly. But this should be good. Let me know if the audio is quiet on this.
That was a much kinder introduction than I feel I deserved. My wife will probably call me up on that. Philosopher, I'm doing a PhD in philosophy, and one of the things that you have to read a lot of when you do philosophy is Marxism.
And so then this is fair enough, because, like, obviously I just made fun of that Scrump, and I can't. Them. I'm just going to call them them, all right? They might as well be non-binary. They're them. They have a Marxist critique and a Marxist lens, and then James Lindsay always makes fun of Sargon for utilizing a Marxist lens, but hear the guy out. He's giving it credence where it deserves credence, and then criticism and implementation where he can shift it.
But actually, Marxism is quite an interesting thing, especially their critique of the modern world and the concept of ideology, which is essentially just a Marxist discipline at this point. If you read it with the yes, but this is a good thing, rather than yes, but this is a bad thing, there's actually a lot in there that you can take out of it. And one of the things that I've become increasingly fascinated by recently is Jack Posobiec's one-man jihad against McDonald's and Pizza Hut. This is, I think, a fascinating thing, and it really tells us a lot about the concept of ideology and its effect on the modern world, because when I was young, fast food restaurants were geared towards children. This was something that families did on the weekend or wherever. They'd take their kids there, there'd be a play area, you'd have like McDonald's birthday parties, things like this, and that just simply doesn't happen anymore.
Rhetorically, very strong. I was just thinking about what life used to be like. Excellent start when talking to an audience. about this topic?
What we can see is that this is the effect of ideology on the way that the West has changed. So I thought what it would be worth doing is kind of exploring that, seeing why this has happened and what can be done to reverse it.
I know the Viking for $5. Oy vey, trying to please both will risk another one happening. How about you donate to your greatest ally, AA? Oh, wow. Well, I can look at the transcript while this is playing.
Because it used to be the left completely understood the power of ideology, and they seem to have become completely subsumed in their own mystique with this. Because, of course, it was one of the primary leftist critiques of the family that it was a form of capitalist oppression. That this was producing the next generation, this was keeping the system going, and that this would continue this state of affairs long into the future. And so you had people like French Marxist philosopher Louis Althusser, who described the purpose of the West, the ideology of the West, purely as family production and reproduction moving into the future, where Marx was concerned about the relations of people to the means of production.
Perfect. This is where the epistemology, this is the great epistemological schism in the past, what, 2 centuries?
Speaking about 120 odd years after Marx, was like, well, actually, it's the relations to people to the means of the reproduction of the means of production that are actually important. Because as the chap, not the last one, which is a superb speech, but the one before pointed out, it was the more that we reproduce, actually, the better things are getting. And so Althusser pointed out that it was the ideological state apparatus of our civilization that is responsible for transmitting the ideology that commits to this kind of perspective. And these are things like churches, schools, public spaces, art, literature.
Institutions is how they are commonly positioned.
Pretty much everything around us. But of course, this includes fast food businesses. Anything that actually promotes a kind of affirmative value is what he calls an ideological state apparatus, which is in contrast to the what he called repressive state apparatuses of the government, the police, the army, the things that would use affirmative force. The ideological ones are essentially built around persuasion. And I think everyone in the room is going to be very, very, very familiar with the phenomenon of pride flags in schools, right? This is...
Phenomenon. Is that what we're calling it? A phenomenon. I'd love to phenomenon them.
Exactly down his line of thinking. Yes, the ideological state apparatus in the schools are one of the most important ones because children spend such a lot of their time there. If there's a pride flag on the school, that is a conscious Marxist attempt to subvert the purpose of this state apparatus into reproducing a different kind of ideology. And of course,
can we agree that a sign of IQ is application of knowledge? Because somebody might have a quote-unquote high IQ, but they don't know how to effectively relay the information. So there's a type of IQ that's, what, efficacious IQ? Where you're able to be studied and learned on these topics, but then you're able to digestibly repeat it back to people is a type of intelligence.
We see the effects of this everywhere. It's not a coincidence that I think it's something like 20% of young people now identify as not straight. Right? That's not natural. That's not biological. There's no way evolutionarily this could be selected for.
Perverse incentives. I mean, if you're awkward at school, if you just say that you're bi, then all of a sudden you're in the LGBTQ, and then you're a protected class. That's where it's most pernicious with youth, is that it's not even necessarily the sexuality part because they don't even know what they're attracted to necessarily. They're just doing it as a gimmick. But it's the social protection that it provides them. That's the perverse incentive, where they're a part of a protected class. King Spectre for $2, thank you. Intelligence and wisdom are different stats. Right. Right. Wisdom all the way with your boy.
This is the consequence of brainwashing by the ideological state apparatus.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Carl. Thank you for that. Let's check in on our other content. Let's see. Here we go. Just for a little bit, just for a contrast, a palate cleanser. You're eating sushi. You're eating a slice of ginger right now to clear your palate, okay?
The economic policy, or at least not as much. It's that kind of thing. It's that we accept that there must be a central bank that prints money and buys debt. And that's not contentious. That's seen as often libertarian quackery. Is talking about things like central banks, or just a bit boring. And the neutral frame is very good at containing most of the boring things too. Being boring is like a superpower in politics. If something is boring, it's actually probably quite powerful. If something is a foundational stone that we don't talk about and is very boring, it's probably one of the more important things you should bone up on, because the headline red meat, quote unquote, sexy issues that we're allowed to talk about, that we've been talking about in these previous segments, when we talked about, the based being over and all that, those are the things that we're allowed to debate.
I think I've worked out what the background noise was. Don't you hear it moving?
It's the Overton window. It's Well, the anti-shake's not letting us do it. That's annoying.
I think it is a sort of considerable point. It's that there's a number of issues which people chop and change between, and they move around all over, and it's this, it's that, it's novel, it's not, and there are a subset of it, banking policy.
There we go. That should be.
To a large part, really, other than very tepid oppositions to it, the equality.
It's 5 minutes into it, and they're still trying to make their microphone work. Tell me they're not communists, dude. Crazy how the revolutionaries can never put out a good product, dude. It's incredible.
Equality Act. I mean, who's against the Child Poverty Act or the Modern Slavery Act?
Nobody.
These things are non-political. They are things that we all agree upon. How do you shift the Overton window on those? The answer is you don't. And there is, I suppose, another point to this as well, that when you
do you love how they always ask, how can you? And then they go, you can't. Meanwhile, let's see how we can do things.
It's under the control of a bunch of Marxists who looked at the world and said, yeah, how are the capitalists achieving this? And this is the conclusion they came to. Because historically, obviously,
I love the idea that I'm nitpicking, dude. And that kills me because he's from my community, and it's like I couldn't be. Aside from pulling up source text, I'm taking everybody at their word in large chunks of time.
Our entire civilization was geared around families first, because that is the majority population of the country. It was until very recently. And so if you wanted to be a democratic country, well, you would have to serve the majority population. This makes complete and total sense. It's entirely in line with any sort of political principle we've ever held. And historically, the feminists were actually very sensitive to this. You can go back to the sort of very earliest parts of feminism, where you've got someone like Engels, who just argues directly for the abolition of the family, because it's a system of female subordination and oppression. And then in the
That's inverted reformed Moodyism right there. They want to blame it on capitalism, but they're looking to abolish the family because it's not functional for their cause.
1970s, you have second-wave feminists who characterized women's labor in the home as unwaged labor. And in the modern era, the term unpaid labor, I'm sure you've all heard from feminists, and it's even being used by my government and Joe Biden's government until very recently. And so this describes the differing kind of effect that men and women have on the world. And in a way, they kind of had a point, right? There is something about serving the domestic side of life that is 100% labor, and my wife will never let me forget it, and it doesn't get paid. And that's true, but it is, as the feminists point out, relied upon at every point in society. And that is, of course, the rearing of the next generation. All parents do this without being paid to do it, but our entire society is predicated on the idea that someone rears the next generation of people. And we've got the modern leftist who expects that everything can be taken care of by the state, because everyone can be taxed, everything can be taxed, and the state can then use this money to employ workers to provide whatever positive right that the leftist has conceived of popped into existence this week. This ignores the underlying issue that if the actual labor of not rearing the next generations is not done, well, what if there aren't any workers? Now, someone might say, okay, but what about robots? Okay, so great. We're looking at a future in which the dwindling human population is going to be just shuffled off this mortal coil, and we'll leave the earth to machines, will we? that's not exactly a very optimistic future. And I think that maybe that's one that we should avoid. And so the question we need to answer is, well, what if there aren't simply enough bodies to fill the roles that we expect to have filled? What if people just haven't actually reproduced themselves in order to provide us with any kind of standard of living? And as that chap pointed out, the fewer people there are, the more expensive things are going to get, the worse standards of life are going to become, until certain things just stop working. Certain things just won't happen because there just won't be the people with the skills to do those things. And so we can look around now and say, okay, what if the managerial technocracy under which we live has become so obsessed with
He still says managerial. So, I mean, it's incredible. It's like he just listened to the video that we were dragged through by me, and it's as if he's responding to them whenever he speaks.
Equitable distribution of wealth, power, and prestige, but it's fair.
Same criticism, by the way, but he's not being a smug troon about it. One of my favorite qualities of Sargon is he's not a smug troon.
Fail to account for this most important of unpaid labor, which mothers and fathers, of course, do on a daily basis. So the feminist response to this has actually been utterly backwards. I mean, I don't need to tell you guys that, but I appreciate at some point someone who's not exactly on the same page as people in this room. So what do you mean? And the problem is that they decided, yes, no, the Marxist critique of the family is exactly good and true and just, and we should do something about it. But the Marxist critique of the family is predicated on the idea that there is a workers' revolution. And the feminists, for some reason, decided, you know what, we're not going to have a workers' revolution. We are going to have a familial revolution within the capitalist system. So, okay, but what sense does that make? Marx wouldn't have signed off on it.
There's an element of Kama Sutra to their advocacy. They, at a certain point, I feel like they learned that it's over once you achieve it. And so that's why they choose these absolutely impossible battles, at least for their activists. The climate ones in the UK especially, like you're never going to fix that. And so they love having them go after battles that will never actually be fought or won.
Because you said, hang on a second, aren't you just going to turn yourselves into slaves? And that seems to have been exactly what's happened. So instead of creating new social privileges for women and children or families, the feminists have decided that the only value a woman has is when she is in direct competition with a man. And this means...
Okay. A woman being in direct competition with a man. Well, we can't possibly see that here, but let's see how this one goes.
Do step outside of the preset issues to take something on the boundary and to declare it non-political and to declare what your opponent is doing as political is, I think, one of the most effective things you can do. I mean, we know this is the sort of Tony Blair 101 move. Turn around and go, well, I'm not being political about this. That's why.
It's right-wing Marxism. I mean, they're just with their heads up their own asses, they feel important that they're talking to academic agent and that they have a book out. That's it. I mean, in the same way that we've criticized leftist academia for those, like, you know, faux prestige moments in their life. I mean, that's all this is right now.
Opponent's problem.
The Tories are politicizing this issue of child poverty, you know?
We have to have...
Yeah. One of the things I've noticed, because, you know, I've been listening to an awful lot of LBC recently, and the way conversations are framed on LBC is always in terms of the government want to do something, and the conversation is, are they doing enough? In fact, we saw this a little bit with the lockdowns, right? It was like the government...
Kill me, fam. I can't watch that. Terrific. Go back to here. It's just talking about stuff. See, when I listen to Sargon, I start getting ideas, right? I'm like, hey, we can actually implement this. And now I have prescriptions after listening to Sargon for a couple of minutes. I can already tell where that was going. They're like, you know, here's the thing about governments, right? No, they have all the power. We know that, right? And it's just the same conversation over and over again. Blueberry Wuffin, $10. Thank you so much, my dude. No clever quip, just throwing money at you. Well, I'll have to get used to that, apparently. Apparently, I'm a streamer now. Very much appreciated, Waffle. Who honestly has a citrine. He's a citrine main in Warframe using a Harmony melee. Interesting. You don't hear that one too often. Had another Viking, $2, thank you. But just helping families stop another one. See? See how it doesn't completely fix it? Had another Viking, $5, thank you. Careful, Sargon also publicly stated he won't kiss the wall. You don't want to be anti-citrus like him, do you, Gentile? Well, that's the thing. It's like, how do you, like, hate the guy? He's been through the ringer in the UK. I mean, he's been a prominent voice for 10 years now. People want to, like, turn their back on him, or it's like, what? What did he do? What? What is the criticism of him? Oh, this one thing he said. What about his entire body of work? And he has been a bottleneck. He has been a stopgap from people going to be leftists. That's probably subliminally a huge motivation for me, as he's always been a landing pad, right? Can host more extremist ideas in his community and whatnot, but he's always more so a voice of reason. I guess, I got elements of American Sargon with me a little bit. Testing for $2. AA looks like a mix between a big Elvis and Lennon. Really? It's the hair. The hair definitely helps that. Probably his Iranian hook nose in his facial hair as well. So those parts are Lennon, but then the bloated face. It's end of his life, Elvis, I would say, definitely. Tall hair. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Is that feminism is demanding that any amount of child rearing that a woman is supposed to do has to be offloaded to.
I'll be an American Connor Tomlinson, but he's way more intellectual than I am. Sargon is very layman speak when he talks.
Private institutions or state institutions, so women could become professional workers. And this has rendered our society essentially unisex. There's no job for men, there's no job for women. There's just job, and anyone can fill this. And you can see how this has become a successful psyop against women, into making them believe that being a corporate wage slave was actually a high status job, while relegating their reproductive power, which is the essential and defining characteristic of women, as...
Oh, definitely. Sargon is the mild father figure that spun off Connor Tomlinson. Absolutely. He walks so a lot of motherfuckers can run. Definitely.
Low status. So feminism has rendered womanhood.
I covered Connor Tomlinson on Tim Pool talking to Pisco. That's a video I made. Bless his heart.
Self as undesirable to society by drawing a direct comparison of its economic output against the economic output of men, and of course finding it inferior. Because of course mothers aren't trying to earn money, that's fine. So anyway, I'm not going to... But so the question is, well, was this good for the family? Was it good for children? Was it good for civilization? Was it even good for women to do this? And if antidepressant sales are anything to go by, the answer is no. Like, this seems to have been really difficult for modern women to deal with. And if there are any women benefiting from this is a very small percentage of them. It seems that actually most women are not terrible.
Advocate for what helps the majority. Very sensible. And imagine the audience he's talking to. King Spectre, $5. Elvis went out like a champ, dying on the toilet after a steady diet of deep fried bacon, banana, and peanut butter sandwiches. The king. See, the Eurocucks don't understand how American that is. Waffle, $10. Thank you. Take my money? Insult my Warframe setup? Do you really think Citrine's damage reduction scales well? Do you really think it scales that well? Is it that useful above even level 300 enemies? Really? Excuse me.
Terribly happy with this state of affairs. And also, was this even sticking it to the capitalists? If you're a Marxist and you're like, yeah, I'm going to abolish the oppressive form of the family, how exactly have you hurt the capitalists here? Because what you did is double their labor force. What you did is make it easier for them to keep you in their offices in order to ensure that they make record profits. I mean, I'm not like communist or anything, but like from your own perspective, isn't this counterproductive? And so the Marxists, though, they don't seem to care at all, because what they have been is completely bamboozled by a new philosophy called intersectionality, which has been used by the liberal machine to...
Okay, so I understand this, and the audience he's talking to, they are like, here's how knee-deep in leftism the UK is. First of all, the fucking Fabian Society, which the coat of arms is a wolf in sheep's clothing, and that's just a lot. Keir Starmer could just be a Fabian socialist, and that's just fucking normal somehow. He has to fight through that in this country. They're so leftist in the UK that Eurocucks think that they're fucking so far right. Here, okay, awesome. Here's how fucking leftist, I'm getting mad. Here's how fucking leftist the UK is. This is the fucking people that think they're far white, and academic.
A neutral frame because they are the descendants of peasants who were told how to work.
And
that is it. There's nothing wrong with that. 80% of people must follow orders or else society falls apart. But you have to acknowledge that 80% of people are just meant to harvest grain, and what they think about politics not only doesn't matter.
That's what a fucking right-winger sounds like in the UK, okay? So when Sargon is talking to this audience, he's trying to undo the Marxism in their brain, okay? AA doesn't even look interested.
Asking them about politics is kind of cruel. So I think most of political organization will be leaving people where they are, because most people...
This is hilarious. He didn't even give a link to their book. He didn't even give a link to their book. Oh, their pride and joy. Couldn't give a link to their book, huh? Is that because it's dog shit Troon garbage?
Will buy into the neutral frame are just politically useless by definition.
So there's not going to be a civil war. There's not going to be total mass remigration. There's not.
They love that nothing changes because there's nothing more that gets his wife's dick hard than endlessly pontificating about what could possibly happen in a leisurely state.
Not going to be. Nigel Farage is not going to fundamentally reform the country. You don't see the prospect of any of these things happening.
But what was actually going to possibly even suggest?
AA just sitting there like this was a mistake. Look at his face again. This is a different pause.
Yes, there is. We can see the importance of making things seem sort of neutral, and that David Betts' whole civil war idea, he isn't actually describing any radically different circumstances from
the things that we're allowed to debate.
They're talking about how someone isn't describing anything radically different.
If we just have enough.
Anyway, that's people who think that they're like ultimately like they're so much further right than anybody else in the UK. All right. So when Sargon is unpacking Marxism, understand the audience that he's doing it with, right?
Confuse them with these sort of piffling personal issues that have completely masked any of the underlying infrastructural issues feminism has created.
Listen to how cute this is. First time checking out your stream, love your videos as a fellow. The fuck's a fellow? That is absolutely precious. Thank you.
And so we are now consumed by these minority issues. And they're just everywhere all the time, and they are completely irrelevant. So,
and I mean, this is a fair point. AA did gain subs during his heel turn. Yeah, it's a new audience, absolutely. And they're fucking crypto tankies. They're fucking crypto leftists that think they're fucking far right. Yeah, they think they're creating something new. There's nothing more Eurocuck than being like, you know what? The right wing's not doing anything. No, motherfucker, you're not doing anything. You're not changing. Let me just go full Marxist and change how I feel about it, and then things will change. It's fucking alchemy.
Rather than our civilization revolving around the health, wealth, and happiness of the family unit, our civilization has become focused on these incredibly niche marginal issues, which themselves have no reproductive power at all. Abortion rights, homosexual rights, transsexual rights, immigrant rights. They can't reproduce.
Phoenician, Artie, I gotta lose consciousness. Have a good night, everyone. I think that was a very over-the-top, pro-natalist thing to say, and I don't forgive you.
Our civilization civilization. Anyway, animal rights, degrowth environmentalism, the increase of the welfare state, all of these sorts of things fundamentally revolve around a kind of self-centeredness on the part of the activists who take part in them. If you dig into them, you'll find that my right to X, whatever that is the proposition upon which they are all predicated. And this would be all well and good if we were living in times of unbounded prosperity and there wasn't financial crises, and we didn't have a looming demographic crisis on the horizon that was rapidly approaching. But at the moment, we have a myopic focus on all things that burn up the social capital that we have accrued and do nothing to build up the stock of this for future generations. And so Western civilization is actually in a kind of slow motion collapse. I mean, if anyone's aware of the sort of demography of Italy.
Do you notice how he's not leading you with his tone? He's saying it as very matter of fact, and which I think is rhetorically important, to be like, this is things as they are. Fear won't do anything. Being unsettled by it won't do anything. You must accept things as they are so we can change course.
At the moment, this is probably the most concerning Western country because the replacement rate in Italy is less than 1 now. So for every couple, they have 0.9 children or something like this. And that means in about 50 years, the population of Italy is going to halve. And it's going to keep going down and down and down, a kind of death spiral.
Yeah, so we can agree that when the birth rates go down, it's a steep decline. There's a boom and there's a steep decline. You know? It gets harder and harder to make more and more people. Yeah. It's exponential.
A kind of doom loop where there's just no...
Do you hear this retarded cat screaming? Do you hear that? This thing wants me to beat its cheeks so badly. I can't.
Escaping it. And this is all a consequence of the transformative power.
Fine. Hold on.
Liberal ideology that has reformatted our lives for at least the last 40 years and worked in tandem with the sort of hyper-capitalist machine to hollow out the nuclear family and create a social environment that primarily benefits the atomic individual adult laborer, which is the most wretched of creatures, a depressed person who takes far too many drugs, watches far too much porn, who spends his life deeply ashamed of himself and depressed and sad, wishing he actually didn't live like this as he gets up on a Monday morning, goes to a job he hates.
Speaking of getting up on a Monday morning and going to a job he hates, Waffle, $10. Thank you so much. You're a Shieldgate beta, aren't you? Why would you not Shieldgate? It scales. Shieldgating scales. How much can you really tank? And how much are you taking away from your DPS and investing into your tanking? Come on. Come on. Give me a quick ability. Put some Augur. Reach on there. Augur secrets. And get the shield back quickly. I mean, I don't even use catalyzing shields, but come on, dude. Come on. 0, $2. Thank you. Fact. Scrump sucks. Lady D. Censored. Hey, come on. You're talking about a fellow right-winger on our side of the political aisle. Come on now. Let's have some candor.
Goes home and sits in his house on his own. Like, the entire world is now geared to him. And this is why I was using the example of fast food restaurants. Look at them. Just look at them. They are just sterile environments. They don't want you in there, is the message that they give you. There's a reason that they look like bleak, single-stop way stations in a neo-Soviet dystopia. Right? What use does the atomic individual worker have for a children's play area in a fast food restaurant? Absolutely none. It doesn't draw any of them to there. So how does that contribute to the profits of like hyper-capitalism? And so these things have just been reformatted ideologically. There's no reason to have them there. And so they're built for efficiency alone now. They want you in, they want you to make your order, they want you out, get out. Let's keep this thing moving. And so the message there is, you are here for the system's convenience. The system is not here to serve you. You serve it.
This really is the difference between revolution and reform, rhetorically right now, right? Now let's listen to revolution again.
Once in the Night with Andrew Marr, if they have the same conversation, that's a pretty big signal that this is what's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
the BBC is good for that because you can see stuff that was in white papers years ago, and you're like, okay, this is finally happening now. This is finally being brought out to the public, and we're going to debate it now that it happened 3 years ago.
Who needs a House of Lords?
These are nihilists. Look at AA. These are just bored atheists. Oh my, am I really going to say this right now? Is this what I look like to you guys? They're too big of pussies to believe in anything, right? They don't actually believe in anything or stand for anything. It really is pathetic. I'm starting to feel it now. That Adam's apple is 90% of the screen. Hey, can you even be right-wing without a tranny wife? Now, fellas, I just got a question. Which one has a more prominent Adam's apple? Let me just roll the dice right now. Put this on screen. Now, objectively, who has a more prominent Adam's apple in this picture? I mean, is that even up for debate? This is what happens when you live in reality. The guy that's bald seems to have a smaller Adam's apple than the guy with long hair. Can you believe that?
When we have a Council of Nations and Regions and an interparliamentary, whatever.
yeah, they want to put all the mayors. They want to do away with the Lords Temporal and the Lords.
10,000 Soviet bus councils, comrade. There will be more democracy.
I mean, this was all the stuff.
And this is how like commies always talk to each other, where like they're so ironic that none of them even really know when each other is necessarily joking or what they mean by it or what they believe in. It's just meta irony. Hey, another Viking, $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. What I don't get about rightist vanguardism is the simple fact that the people who will win the rightist revolution will not approve of women plus. No! I've been saying that their political position is incoherent. It is incoherent. They're making me call them woke right. What would you call them? What would you call them politically?
We looked at with that bloody New Britain document all the way back in 2022 now.
It is. It's everyone always because the whole people's understanding of politics is so shallow that I mentioned Soviet democracy and they look at me funny. And they mentioned the fact that in the 1920s the Soviet Union had far more democracy in quotes than the West had in general, mostly because they smothered their population with it. And that's
just waxing poetic about what they are telling each other they know about history.
This means that now all of the things that used to be the kind of pleasant background of our lives, like one of my...
What are they politically? Politically homeless. Well, really just homeless. Really just looking homeless.
Favorite memories. In Britain, we had a fast food chain called Wimpy. It was crap, but it sold burgers, and when I was a kid...
I don't mind this. There's Globo Homo, and then there's Nat Homo. They're Nat Homo. It's worse than a Wignat.
That was fine. And my mum and dad would take us to Wimpy on a Saturday after we'd done the week's shopping, and we'd get a burger, and it was just one of my favorite things. And of course, this was, it was very child-friendly, as everything was back then. And it formed the background scenery of our lives as we were growing our roots in our country, as we were growing to love our country.
What would Spoon or Scrump do if the king took power and jailed them for their beliefs? Ha ha! Trick question. They don't have any fucking beliefs. That's why I'm making fun of them. Good question, though.
It was part of the thing that we loved. And this, I think, is what Jack Posobiec is talking about in his crusade. And you can only really react to what you can see, right? We're very sensuous people, creatures. You are, all of your information about the world is taken in through your senses. And so is it any wonder that young women aren't really interested in becoming mothers if the world isn't really geared to helping mothers? Where do young women...
It's not material conditions, it is spiritual conditions. And here's where he fails. Because I believe he's an atheist. So it's not Eurocuck. The similarity it has with Eurocuck, I guess, is a very strong prescription. How do we instantiate this, Carl? Is there a culture or community already instantiates these things, like beauty, for example?
And see the rewards of motherhood anymore. I mean, it used to be that you'd see, you go into a McDonald's or something, you'd see a bunch of kids running around playing on a thing. That's adorable. For a lot of young women, that sort of stirs the heart. Where's the reminder that children are a good and wholesome part of the human condition? And this state of affairs is only possible because the people who use...
I would argue we don't need a reminder. We need to remove the negative stimuli, and then we don't have to be reminded because it's natural.
Use the conveniences of daily life, have had their minds turned away from the essential importance of their world as a Burkean project that is passed from generation to generation. And of...
I'm sorry. Someone just said I pulled up another stream and realized two right-wing people, Counterpoints and PF Young. I just realized this happened 4 months ago, and you might have to talk about it. PF Young talking to Counterpoints. That is deli shoes. Absolutely deli shoes. Ooh, I'm going to go to sleep. People are going to sleep to me right now, and then I'm going to go to sleep to that. That's how this works. Isaac, $5. Thank you so much. The Troon Right, anti-West, neocons. The Troon Right, anti-West, neocons are just the court jesters for the left to laugh at the right wing, and we have to deal with their antics. The Troon Right. Nat Homo and Troon Right. Please, if I have any community out there, and if I can send you guys on brigades to harass people, for the love of God, I just want... here's all I want. All I want is my community to be able to have 5 to 10 people have messaging discipline of trashing someone that I send you to go and target, right? So this would be John Sweeney and Evelyn, right? Not really Evelyn, really more so. I don't know, whoever, Spoon, Nat Homo. I want them to see it and go, Nat, what the fuck? What could that possibly mean? Nat Homo. What is that? That's the next step in my career, is orchestrate antagonization, not behind the paywall. Now I'm being selfish.
Which they are in fact a custodian rather than the inheritor. And if our politics has been inverted away from asking what we can do for our country,
it has been decided, as your liberal monarch, the community has decided it is true and right. Hear, hear.
Instead of to what our country can do for us, then it's no wonder that we've become isolated. Our world has become desaturated, and the scope of our horizon has been reduced to the immediate moment in which we live. So what can be done? The answer to this is actually really straightforward. But we've got to say it with a lot of confidence, and we've got to say it quite unapologetically. The marginal people need to go back to the margins. The feminists, the child-free people.
Okay, it's really repetitive without the commanding decree of God in there. I mean, it is pretty circular, but speaking of circular, and I'm not talking about the asymmetrical abominations on old fucking John Sweeney's wife over there.
That's really what's coming is 1,000. Imagine a bus council debating the timetable forever.
My trough runneth over.
My trough
Yeah, your fucking trough, all right. Yeah.
Could be a chance where you could become lords one day, sort of. as a kind of bus driver lord in the year 20.
Is he like is he?
Just so you know, this cat is my roommate's cat, and I've given it over 25 different names, where at this point, it just responds to anything I say. Minky! Oh, he's cleaning up. The cat, I don't even think has a name necessarily. Also, Yoni. The cat's original name was Oreo, which Orioni. Now it's Yoni. Minkleton! Minky! Unfortunately, he likes it rough. He's a little slut. So, you know. Oh god, he's going crazy right now. I gotta wind this down and punish this cat's cheeks.
Intermediary before you talk to the car kings.
And that's what you got in the Soviet Union, though. You're like, oh, sorry, comrade. I just was promoted here because I never really stabbed the one in the back, and I just used to run a bus council. I don't know what's going on.
Well,
and then it's like, wait a minute, why is the guy running the army? The guy who's been in charge of bus council. It's like, well, he's kind of harmless. So.
Well, the guy used to run Glasgow City Council. His only work experience previously was working in an ice cream van.
But that's what they do, though. These people just get promoted from nowhere who are basically like janitors.
Mm-hmm. When I was reading about the Soviet Union, it's actually fascinating how Stalin used all of that stuff because he.
Oh my God, we're talking about Stalin. Let me see if we can get some cat noises in here at the end. Milbert. Oh my God, am I a streamer now because I'm slapping this cat's ass on stream? Oh my God. And then he goes crazy and beats the hell out of a toy. It just riles him up. Honestly, it's a strange exercise because it's a drum that's always moving. He always like army crawls as I'm doing it. He never just stays in one spot. So it's this weird exercise I have to do where I'm squatting, but I also have to like walk forward as I'm squatting as I'm trying to maintain the rhythm on his cheeks. Okay, well, I should probably go. What is this, 4.5 hours? Oh no. How do people do this for 6 hours? Okay. Now we're really going to wind down. I sound like yeah, my voice cracked. Milbert. Up my ass. He wants me. I don't think you understand how much he bothers me to punish his cheeks. No one in the apartment, though, can punish his cheeks like I can. That's really the unfortunate part. Okay, I'm going to go punish this cat's cheeks. Fellas, thank you so much for hanging out. Look at that, 4.5 hours, not bad. Talked about the cat's cheeks for about solid 5 minutes in the end. Let's wind it down, fellas. Oh, Lord. Look at that. It's midnight my time. And I lost an hour last night. So is that what it is? You guys tricked me. My brain thinks it's 1 a.m. right now when it's only midnight. You tricked me. You knew that I lost an hour yesterday, and then you goaded me into going longer. So my brain doesn't realize that I'm actually 1 a.m. streaming right now. That's not fair. Fellas, have a good night. Thank you so much.